Chapter 1399. Under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, Li Qingshan stood upright, looking in all directions. After a period of cultivation, he had completely adapted to the laws of the human world. Even if it was suppressed, power was still power. Human cultivators had never been known for their valiant physiques. If Shen Yushu had used his spells from a distance, perhaps he could still fight. But to actually directly use his bamboo cane to strike, and even underestimate the enemy, he was simply asking to be humiliated. Within 10 steps, he could defeat a country. Even the Hui Long, who had the body of a true dragon, did not dare to underestimate him. Not to mention a stinky gardener, who cultivated the natural heavenly book, had a weak physique, and was not good at fighting. Li Qingshan, you dare to attack Senior. Shen Yushu soared into the air, and pointed his halberd at Li Qingshan. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and green light flowed on his body. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed, but his face was still red from shame and anger. Who do you think you are to be my senior? If we were not in Herb Garden, you would already be a dead man. Scram before I get angry. Li Qingshan impatiently waved his hand, as if he was shooing away a fly. Good. Today, I will clean up for Herb Garden and Myriad Sect. In spirit leaving body. Shen Yushu shouted, and a green shadow appeared behind him. It had the same appearance as him, but it had a trace of majesty and a feeling of floating like an immortal. Human cultivators transforming their nascent souls into deities was the first step on the path of immortals. There was a qualitative difference between them and nascent soul cultivators. He raised his hands and green light condensed. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, illuminating the drizzling night rain. A green robe floated in the air. It was obvious that he was going to use an amazing spell. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Li Qingshan shook his head. He felt the bamboo cane in his hand tremble, and wanted to fly away. He could feel that this was a good magic treasure, but it was not a qualified weapon. At least it was not born to fight and kill, but more like a tool. He grabbed both ends and bent them. The bamboo cane immediately bent like a bow. It did not break, but it still made waves. What do you want to do? Stop right now. You dared to destroy my magic treasure. I will not let you off. Shen Yushu's complexion changed greatly. This 9-segment green bamboo cane was his natal magic weapon. Not only was it not easy to obtain, but it also cost him a large amount of green jade lots. It had been with him for many years. A small part of the reason why he was able to thrive in the 100 Herb Garden was because of this 9-segment green bamboo cane. If it was broken, not only would he lose his bookmark, but his Yin spirit would also be damaged. It might even affect his cultivation. The Tao of Slaughter. It was a fight to the death. Massacring cities and destroying countries. There was nothing he wouldn't do. He didn't even care about his life. Why should I cherish a walking stick? If you don't have the determination to bet your life on it, don't start a fight. Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care and continued to exert force. AI junior brother Li, stop. Wan Yaozhu walked out from behind the golden leaf Bodhi tree and walked past Li Qingshan. He casually took the 9-segment green bamboo cane and tossed it back to Shen Yushu. Shen Yushu felt as if he had been pardoned. Senior sister, you saw it. You don't need to say anything, I saw it all. Wan Yaozhu didn't look at him and directly interrupted him. She said with an unquestionable tone, disperse. Shen Yushu felt extremely wronged and said, but senior sister, this kid is lazy, rebellious and rude. How can this kind of person stay in the 100 Herb Garden? Wan Yaozhu ignored them and only said to the visiting disciples, I hired you to work in the 100 Herb Garden, not for you to uphold justice. Please do your own things. If something like this happens again, leave the 100 Herb Garden. Yes, senior sister. Everyone loudly responded, not daring to disobey. This kind of safe, stable, and beneficial job was hard to come by in the entire Myriad Appearance sect. Who would be willing to be expelled from the 100 Herb Garden? Besides, after seeing Li Qingshan's performance, the injustice in their hearts also disappeared. This proved that Wan Yaozhu's vision was indeed not wrong. Even if they didn't want to admit it, this kind of method was definitely worth several of them. Shen Yushu's intentions were a bit suspicious. Only Shen Yushu's expression fluctuated. He was silent, as if he was very unconvinced. Yuan Yaozhu looked over and saw Shen Yushu descending from the sky. He lowered his head and cupped his hands. Yes, senior sister. Li Qingshan looked over Yuan Yaozhu's shoulder and saw everyone bowing their heads. She was by no means an astute and powerful person. On the contrary, she was usually too gentle and too wooden. But at this moment, she unexpectedly had a kind of arrogant and imposing manner. After all, in the path of cultivation was the most practical. A human emperor was a cut above others, and a modest and benevolent monarch was still a monarch. Yuan Yaozhu waved her hand, and everyone dispersed. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Thanks." Yuan Yaozhu returned to her senses and pursed her lips as she stared at him. Li Qingshan said, "Are you angry?" "Sorry. I shouldn't have cultivated for so many days. I didn't think it would take so long in the beginning." "Not because of this." "Oh, then blame me for hitting that Shen Yushu. But he was the one who made the first move." Li Qingshan raised both of his hands. "But I'm still sorry. I shouldn't have caused trouble in your territory." "It's also not because of this. Junior brother Shen has a selfish motive, so he wanted to find trouble with you. Even if you didn't make a move, I wouldn't have let him harm a hair on you." Li Qingshan was stunned. "Then why?" Yuan Yaozhu repeated word by word. "The path of fighting and killing, you die and I live. Massacring cities and exterminating countries, stopping at nothing." Only now did Li Qingshan understand that her dissatisfaction with him was actually because of one sentence. He thought to himself, "Women are really troublesome. But who asked this woman to treat me so well?" He could only spread his hands. "I'm just saying, but this is reality. I can understand that you cultivate the heavenly book of freedom and want to walk the path of freedom," Yuan Yaozhu said. "But I don't want you to become that kind of person who stops at nothing, or else I will loathe you." Li Qingshan frowned and didn't back down anymore. He looked straight into her eyes. "What if I am that kind of person? What if I didn't just say these words, but also did them? I've already said that not everyone is as lucky as you to be able to live a clean and innocent life in this kind of place. Do you know how many battles I went through to be able to stand in front of you? I don't want to deceive you. If you loathe someone like me, feel free to chase me out of the 100 Herb Garden. But I will still do my best to repay your kindness." He could apologize for anything, as long as the person was worthy of his gentle treatment. However, the existence of Tao must be upheld, no matter who that person was. If someone questioned him with words, he would refute with words. If someone tried to stop him with actions, he would break it with his fists. Yuan Yaozhu took half a step back and let out a long sigh. "Isn't standing here enough?" "Of course not." Li Qingshan smiled, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. "At least I want to be on equal footing with you, or let you call me senior brother." Yuan Yaozhu said angrily, "You wish." She then said seriously, "I don't know what you have experienced, but I will do my best to persuade you to do good. Even if you are unhappy, I will still say it, because I believe you don't want to be a bad person." Chapter 1400. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. Then he laughed out loud, his laughter echoing in the rain. He was extremely happy. He set off towards beyond the 9 heavens. Along the way, it was not just for a promise, but also for meeting such a cute girl on the way. "I'm willing to listen to senior sister's teachings." Yuan Yaozhu said, "Don't laugh. There will be times when you'll be frustrated." Li Qingshan smiled. "Since I've come to the human realm, my greatest fortune is meeting you. Even if I'm a little frustrated, I can only endure it." "Same to you." Yuan Yaozhu could not help but avert her gaze, avoiding his burning gaze. She looked back at the many clones and puppets plowing in the fields. "Maybe I should give you some more work." Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "I couldn't ask for more." As a result, his responsible field expanded from a radius of 5 kilometers to a radius of 50 kilometers. It expanded by 25 times, and he was never disturbed again. He did not let Yuan Yaozhu down. With the powerful deduction ability of the spirit turtle transformation and the keen senses of the Qilin transformation, he used the many shadow clones conjured from the heavenly tome of freedom to work hard day and night. Not only did he complete the basic work, But he also did everything he could to stimulate the vitality of all the plants, making them grow more and more vigorous. Another month passed like this. The 100-herb garden entered winter, senior sister. When the first snow fell, the fine snow drifted down and covered the ground. Wan Yaozhu arrived on the back of a deer. Li Qingshan was cultivating under the golden leaf Bodhi tree. He did not feel the flow of time at all. The last time they met seemed like yesterday. In the blink of an eye, he saw Wan Yaozhu smile again. Wan Yaozhu looked around and smiled in satisfaction. You've done well. As she said that, she flicked her fingers. The badge on Li Qingshan's chest lit up. He checked with his spiritual sense and was slightly surprised. So many. Wan Yaozhu smiled. Originally, your reward should be half contribution and half bookmarks. But I made the decision for you and gave you both contributions. There's also an additional reward. Is this in line with the rules? Don't let Letian find fault with me and say I cheated. Over a month in the human realm. More than a year had already passed in the 5 continents world. Under the operations of Green Towering Mountain and the Banyan Tree King, a city of novelists was rising. It had already caused a wave in the entire world, and countless people had thrown themselves into this cause. Soon, he would be able to bloom and bear fruit, and then he could openly cheat. What, Letian? He's your senior brother. When you see me, you must call me senior sister. Do you understand? Wan Yaozhu lectured. However, she usually didn't have any majestic aura, and still appeared weak and weak. Li Qingshan smiled and said, as the saying goes, there is no father and son in a casino, not to mention brothers and sisters. Wan Yaozhu shook her head helplessly. Don't worry, using bookmarks to exchange for contribution points. This is a common practice in the sect. There won't be any problems. I'm just worried that you'll be at a disadvantage. The better the 100-herb garden is managed, the better. The more spirit herbs I supply to the sect, the more contribution points and bookmarks I can get from the myriad nature sect. How can I lose out? That's good. Li Qingshan looked at the 9-colored deer strangely, wondering why she didn't interrupt today. The 9-colored deer raised her head proudly and closed her eyes. After what Wan Yaozhu said that day, she decided not to talk to Li Qingshan anymore. But because of Wan Yaozhu's unusual appearance when she returned to the cave abode last time, she still wanted to help her master keep an eye on him. Wan Yaozhu praised. The Book of Freedom is indeed mysterious. He's actually able to create so many clones while cultivating. It's just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning. Li Qingshan sniggered. During this period of time, his heavenly tome of freedom could be described as progressing rapidly. His soul nascence had become more and more stable, and he had comprehended the cloning shadow transformation technique more and more thoroughly at the same time, which was why he had so many shadow clones. However, the Qilin longevity strategy wasn't on the right track as expected. It was still stuck in a bottleneck and couldn't get out. If it continued like this, he wouldn't wait for the Qilin longevity strategy to reach the first level. He would have to go through the tribulation. Wan Yaozhu smiled. If that's the case, then I'll leave this 50-mile radius to you from now on. Li Qingshan was surprised. You don't want me to work and cultivate at the same time? Wan Yaozhu shook her head with a smile. Li Qingshan thought for a while and said, give me some time. When I go through the 4th heavenly tribulation, I will have more clones, and then there will be no problem. Wan Yaozhu shook her head again. No. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Then I can only refuse. I can't take care of such a big place. My work and cultivation will all be delayed. Wan Yaozhu looked at his confused and indignant look, and found it very interesting. You're too anxious. Why should I be anxious? You're anxious to accumulate contribution points and win the bet. You're anxious to cultivate and improve your cultivation level. It feels like something is forcing you. It's more serious than losing the bet. Shouldn't that be the case? It should be, but you should have heard of more haste, less speed. I only know that 10,000 years is too long. Seize every minute. Oh, do you know why I didn't care when you didn't care about these precious plants and only focused on cultivation? Do you know why I didn't care? Do you know why there are 4 seasons in this herb garden? These 2 questions seemed simple, but Li Qingshan thought for a while and couldn't answer them. Even if Yuan Yaozhu was on his side, she could still wake him up or arrange for someone else to help him take care of these plants. Most plants liked the height of summer and would stop growing once winter came. With the mysterious spells of the nature sect, they could completely keep this place in summer. Winter seemed very unnecessary. Didn't we set up this herb garden to cultivate rare plants and provide resources for the sect? Is there any other purpose? Yuan Yaozhu reached out and caught a sparkling snowflake. She said with a smile, "That's what you say, but you can't think about it." Li Qingshan said, "Senior Marshal Sister, don't keep me in suspense. Senior Marshal Sister's long-winded speech will only annoy you. Junior Marshal Brother, I'm all ears." The nine-colored deer suddenly coughed twice. Yuan Yaozhu said, "You have the Qilin bloodline, so you can feel the heart of the plants and understand their needs. You use water and fertilizer to the extreme, and control it to the slightest degree. What's wrong with that? All living beings, born in this world, must experience hardships in order to grow strong. There must be sunlight, rain, and dew, as well as snow and drought. Plants are intelligent, but they are ignorant and heartless. Besides, even humans, who are the most intelligent of all living beings, if you gave them whatever they wanted, what would they become? At least they'd be fat. When you don't care about them and only care about cultivation, these plants will wither a bit, but in order to obtain nutrients, they will take root even deeper. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, so I don't care. Instead, I'm afraid that you're taking care of them too meticulously, so I increased your workload. I didn't think you could do this." Li Qingshan sighed. "I didn't think that taking care of them too meticulously would also be a problem." Yuan Yaozhu smiled and comforted him. "If it were someone else, I would advise them to take care of these plants carefully, because no matter how meticulous they are, they won't be able to reach your level. But you can do better. Cultivation is the same. It's good to advance bravely, but you can't be too hasty. More haste, less speed. If you're too impatient for results and want to do everything, you won't be able to reach your goal. In more practical terms, even if it's just to use their fruits and leaves to refine pills, it'll be most effective if they grow slowly. Let nature take its course." A light flashed in Li Qingshan's mind, as if it was the first ray of light that pierced through the dark night. He muttered to himself, "Let nature take its course, let nature take its course. I understand." He finally understood why his Qilin strategy of longevity had always been stagnant. It wasn't because he was too evil, but because he was too impatient. All along, he had adhered to the words "advance bravely," advancing without fear of hardships and dangers. This spirit had long since fused into his blood, becoming a kind of instinct. The bottleneck of cultivating the Qilin strategy of longevity stemmed from this belief. However, the Qilin transformation was different from other transformations. It wasn't that he wasn't diligent enough. On the contrary, he was too diligent and spent too much energy. If there was a common characteristic among the rare flowers and plants in the 100 Herb Garden, it would be that they grew very slowly. Some spiritual trees didn't even change after more than 10 years. However, he was too impatient. Thus, he did good deeds and accumulated virtue, just to be in line with the Qilin's path. Thus, he cultivated diligently, wishing that he could devote all his energy. It was like planting a seed that didn't germinate, so he watered it more and applied more fertilizer. He even couldn't help but dig it up to see if there was a problem with the seed. In the end, things didn't go as he wished. The seed didn't have a problem, but he had a problem. He once heard a story about a hunchback with the surname of Gua, who was very good at planting trees. There was never a tree that didn't grow well, and it was very lush. Others couldn't learn it. When someone asked him, he said, "I can't make the tree grow quickly or live long. I'm just following the nature of the tree. I can make the roots stretch out, make the soil firm, and so on." Once the tree was planted, there was no need to care too much, and let the tree grow naturally. Others were either too careless or too worried. They would look at the tree in the morning, and touch it at night. They would even shake it to see if the roots were deep. If they peeled the bark to see if the tree had dried up, they would kill the tree instead. The Qilin takes pity on the common people. Originally, as long as one had a benevolent heart, he would have the foundation to cultivate the Qilin strategy of longevity. However, he could never become a good person. It was inevitable that he would fall into a dilemma. The more he wanted to be in line with the Qilin's path, the more he would deviate from the Qilin's path. The Qilin's path didn't lie in being benevolent and kind, but in letting nature take its course. It was like the growth of plants and trees, withering and flourishing with each passing year. As long as he didn't completely abandon his benevolent heart, the Qilin transformation would grow like a big tree. Killing intent and evil thoughts were just necessary to go through wind, frost, rain, and snow. It wasn't possible, and it didn't need to be. Chapter 1401. Guan Yaozhu tilted her head slightly and looked at Li Qingshan strangely. She didn't know why her words would cause such a strong reaction from him. Her long-winded speech was actually not very popular. The other true disciples had their own Tao and did not listen to her. For a gambler like Le Tian, it would be useless even if she spoke for 1,000 years. As for those disciples who had entered the inner chamber, although they did not dare to disobey, they were afraid of her identity and status. On the surface, they flattered her, but in their hearts, they did not think much of it. That was why she told Li Qingshan in the beginning, "There will be times when you will be upset." She didn't expect that it would have such a good effect. She couldn't help but feel a little proud and subconsciously stroke her hair. The 9-colored deer understood her the best and was extremely vigilant. Not good. This brat is too good at stirring up trouble. Soft blockhead likes this kind of thing. Bastard, he was so resolute just now, but in the blink of an eye, he seems to have gained enlightenment. Why don't I think these words are useful? Yes, he must be pretending. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. His whole body relaxed. The speed at which he operated the Qilin's longevity strategy was much slower, but it was more natural and peaceful. It was like the flowers and trees after the rain, looking brand new. The obvious change made even the 9-colored deer raise his eyebrows. He thought, "This acting is too good." Looking at Guan Yaozhu again, the smile on her face was even brighter, looking at him with eyes as warm as the spring breeze in March. Just like how men had the desire to save those who had lost their footing, women had the desire to tame ferocious beasts. The gentle young man could at most be a first-class spare tire, while the overbearing CEO was the eternal male god. Li Qingshan, the wild and untamed beast, seemed to have unwittingly catered to her mood, and her affection for him increased by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, he didn't think much of it. He insisted on his own path, and wasn't stubbornly going his own way. If it was Guan Yaozhu's method, it would allow him to take care of more land, obtain more contribution points, and improve his cultivation. But he still insisted on doing things his own way. That wasn't persistence, it was stupidity. But because of the special characteristics of the Qilin transformation, naturally, it was impossible for him to be enlightened and immediately ascend. However, he believed that after wandering for a long time, he had already found the right path. He then opened his eyes and cupped his hands in obeisance. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Martial Sister. To me, these words are more valuable than a heavenly book." Guan Yaozhu accepted it calmly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into a smile. "No matter how powerful you are, when it comes to planting trees and flowers, I'm still the one who knows better. Now you understand." 9-colored deer thought, "Not good. Softwood actually said such immodest words. He must be very proud of himself. This kid really does cultivate the sky demon path. I should have asked you for guidance the first time we met." Li Qingshan sighed emotionally. That way, he could have saved 2 to 3 months of time. Perhaps he would have already transcended the 4th heavenly tribulation by now. "Look, you're getting anxious again. You're afraid that I'll deal with you the first time we meet? Why would he ask me for guidance? And I don't know who you are. Why would I talk to you like this? Let nature take its course. And that's how I've come to this realization today." "That makes sense." Li Qingshan nodded. Going with the flow of nature was indeed his biggest blind spot. This was because he had always relied on the stubbornness of the ox demon, the frenzy of the tiger demon, and the freedom of the ape demon to get to where he was today. He also had the noble heart of a phoenix that soared to the heavens and didn't fall to the mortal world. Although the spirit tortoise was quiet, It had a myriad of thoughts in a single thought, and it was inevitable that it would run out of tricks. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger and faster. He wholeheartedly wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate. If not for Guan Yaoju's enlightenment, he might have needed a long time to comprehend it, and he had always helped her. He was indeed very grateful. Also, I'm indeed luckier than most people. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. I almost died during my first heavenly tribulation. Really? Li Qingshan was shocked. The first heavenly tribulation should have been the easiest. With her talent, there was actually a problem. At that time, I was just a servant. I didn't know anything, and I just wanted to go home. Haha, that's really interesting. Only now did Li Qingshan know that she had been forcibly kidnapped to the myriad phenomenon sect. She had left her home and parents, and suddenly turned from a princess to a servant. He really didn't know if it was fortunate or unfortunate. She had a gentle temperament and liked to meddle in other people's business, so she had suffered a lot. She was regarded as naive and ignorant by her companions, and they even repaid her kindness with enmity for small benefits. All of these made her heart full of pain. In order to go home, she had rushed to undergo the heavenly tribulation, but in the end, she failed and almost died. Every human emperor had their own legend. No one's journey was really smooth sailing. Luck could explain everything. Even at such a realm, there were still many trials and tribulations. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. It rustled down and covered the Bodhi tree. The cheerful laughter became clearer and warmer. The atmosphere under the tree was filled with a happy atmosphere. Master, we should go back. The 9-colored deer's coughs were ignored several times. Finally, it couldn't help but interrupt. The word master was a very serious reminder. Guan Yaoju finally came to her senses. She couldn't help but blush. She only said softly, "I'm leaving," and left in a hurry. Li Qingshan watched as her figure vanished into the snow. He felt rather unsatisfied, as well as rather melancholic. After standing for a while, he scratched his chest. He took out his wine gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he threw this thought to the back of his mind. He still had a lot of work to do. A radius of 50 kilometers was a very large area. He didn't know if his shadow clone could reach that far. He had to improve his heavenly book of freedom and fractal shadowization technique. He also had to think carefully about what he should do next. Let nature take its course definitely didn't mean not doing or thinking about anything. It was just following the laws of nature. Although more haste, less speed. It was even more impossible to do it if he stood still. The key was to be just right. If he managed this land well, he would have a very stable source of contribution points. As his cultivation increased, it might not be any less than cheating from Spirit Venerable Guihai. In a cave abode in a distant mountain, the 9-colored deer, who had taken on the appearance of a young girl, grabbed Guan Yaoju's delicate shoulder and shook it. "You must chase him out. You must chase him out. Do you hear me? He didn't do anything wrong." Guan Yaoju shook her head helplessly. I beg you, stop shaking me. That's why it's scary. You should really see your expression just now." Guan Yaoju felt a little embarrassed. "I just can't accept it. He keeps saying that I'm too lucky," the 9-colored deer said. "He's not the only one who thinks so. Who have you explained so much to? Believe me, this is your predestined fate." Li Qingshan would never have imagined that he would receive such an evaluation. However, if he really heard it, he probably wouldn't feel any desire. It wasn't like he had never done such a thing before. Not long ago, he transformed into a predestined fate and dragged Chualong down from the throne. Chapter 1402. She leaped into the air and turned into a white deer, running out of the cave. "I won't allow it." Guan Yaoju raised her hand. Vines danced in the air and blocked the entrance of the cave. Thousands of leaves and flowers bloomed. The 9-colored deer looked back. "Do you know how many years it's been since you've been so angry? Softwood, where's your let nature take its course?" Guan Yaoju's expression changed. Things didn't always go her way. She was already used to the greed and evil of people. Although she was still nagging and meddling, she no longer hoped to change anyone. She would rather retreat to the herb garden and let nature take its course. If Lutian wanted to gamble, then let him gamble. If the white deer country should be destroyed, then so be it. However, Li Qingshan could be changed. Although he was stubborn in his Tao, he wasn't stubborn. After going through so much hardship to get here, he still had a kind heart. Now that he could finally find some peace in the herb garden, how could he just abandon it? She didn't think it was love, but when she thought of his shocked and disappointed expression, she couldn't bear to do such a thing. This is my own business. Wan Yaozhu, how dare you say that? I'm so angry. Stop me if you can. I swear I won't rest until I chase that kid out of the herb garden. The nine-colored deer waved its beautiful antlers. Thousands of flowers withered, leaves fell and vines cracked. All right, don't be angry. Wan Yaozhu walked up and gently stroked her neck. I know you're doing this for my own good, she comforted. If I die, it's because my Tao heart isn't strong enough. I can't blame others. She spun around on the spot, her green dress fluttering in the wind. She smiled and said, Am I that fickle that you don't trust me? How about we make a bet? The nine-colored deer asked. There seem to be too many bets recently. You know I don't gamble, Wan Yaozhu said helplessly. All right, what do you want to bet? Bet on whether that kid will leave the herb garden. The nine-colored deer said. Li Qingshan was in an extremely good mood right now. After comprehending the Qilin's path, he had broken through the bottleneck immediately. All he needed to do next was follow the prescribed order. At the same time, he prepared to manage the responsible field that spanned 50 kilometers. There was a familiar cough. The nine-colored deer stepped through the wind and snow, leisurely walking over. Hey, why are you here again? Where is senior sister Wan? The nine-colored deer said in a reserved manner. She is cultivating in the cave abode. I came here secretly, because I have something to tell you. What is it? Li Qingshan looked her up and down. Could it be that she had fallen for him? He wondered what he would look like if he transformed into a human. The nine-colored deer was annoyed by his stare. I hope you can stay away from her. Li Qingshan thought to himself, what a familiar dialogue. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. He smiled and said, Isn't it far enough now? I want you to leave the 100 herb garden. Why? Li Qingshan asked curiously. He was just chatting with Wan Yaozhu, but this damned deer seemed to dislike him. Because you disturbed the order of the 100 herb garden. It's not a good influence. That's not very fair. It was clearly someone else who came to find trouble with me. Moreover, when I cross the fourth heavenly tribulation, I will naturally bestow a new order here. Li Qingshan's face was full of confidence. The nine-colored deer couldn't help but believe him, but he deliberately said disdainfully, A new order, what a big tone. Li Qingshan spread his arms. When I cross the fourth heavenly tribulation, I will have 10 times the number of clones, and will have a clearer understanding of the way of nature. At that time, you can drive that brat Shin Yushu out. The nine-colored deer was somewhat speechless. If someone else said this, it could be regarded as arrogance. But he seemed to really be able to do it. He said impatiently, Let's put it this way. I don't want her to be too close to men. Li Qingshan was startled, and took half a step back. You have that kind of relationship? Could it be? Everyone has a lily in their heart? Thinking of what Wan Yaozhu said, when she was at her most difficult, it was thanks to the nine-colored deer's support. This didn't seem strange, but he felt that it was too much of a pity. As his voice fell, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. The deer's hooves were ruthlessly grinding on his foot. The nine-colored deer gritted his teeth and said, What nonsense are you talking about? There was a burst of laughter in the 100-grass immortal's cave. Wan Yaozhu happily watched the nine-colored deer suffer a setback, and felt a burst of warmth. Everything she did was for her. They had accompanied each other for 1,000 years, sharing weal and woe, going through life and death together. It was much closer than that kind of relationship. Li Qingshan looked at his feet, and spread out his hands. I'm the one who is baffled. I'm obviously doing well, and helping senior sister Wan. So why do you suddenly want me to leave? Is this your idea or senior sister Wan's? The nine-colored deer slowly withdrew its hooves. All right, I'll be straightforward. Yaozhu doesn't know that this is my idea. Li Qingshan said angrily. What exactly do you not like about me? I have a little Qilin bloodline, and helped you win a lot of green jade lots. Even if you don't want to be friends with me, you don't have to be so hostile. To be honest, you're very good. And I don't hate you. Just because you helped us win those green jade lots, I should give you some benefits. But Yaozhu is at the critical moment of becoming a human immortal, and I don't want anyone or anything to disturb her and distract her. She's very gentle to everyone. And because you're very good, she's especially gentle to you. I don't think there's anything between you two. But even if there's only 1 in 10,000 danger, I'll try my best to avoid it. Do you understand? How about this? I won't let you suffer for nothing. If you're willing to leave, I'll give you 100 green jade lots as compensation. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. He walked back and forth under the tree with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly he said, "You're right. I have to leave, but I won't take the bookmarks. You don't owe me anything, so you don't need to compensate me." Otherwise, this plot was too familiar. It was simply the rhythm of, "I'll give you 1 million to leave my daughter. You agree?" The 9-colored deer was surprised. It thought he would at least ask to see Yuan Yaozhu, but it didn't expect him to agree so readily. I'll go and ask for senior sister Ruan's resignation. No, it's better not to see her. I'll write a resignation letter, and you can take it to her for me, Li Qingshan said, and began to look for a pen and paper. He didn't hesitate to leave. The 9-colored deer blinked its eyes in confusion. Things were going so smoothly that it felt unreal. Chapter 1403. Her bet with Yuan Yaozhu was a bet on whether or not she could persuade him to leave 100 Herb Garden. If she couldn't persuade him, it would prove that he had other thoughts like Shin Yushu, just that they were hidden very deeply. Moreover, he was much more dangerous than Shin Yushu. Even if it was just to be safe, she had to drive him out. In other words, if he was willing to leave, he could stay. If he wasn't willing to leave, he would be driven away. Yuan Yaozhu couldn't argue with her, and could only agree. Otherwise, if she lost her temper, Li Qingshan would absolutely not be able to stay. Now that she heard him agree to leave so readily, her smile became even brighter. But it was a bit strange. She saw Li Qingshan hastily write his resignation letter, and immediately start handing over work, as if he was escaping. She also felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. Could it be that he really didn't have a trace of reluctance to leave? The 9-colored deer looked at the letter of resignation. It didn't have the slightest bit of resentment. Instead, it said that it suddenly had an important matter, and had no choice but to leave 100 Herb Garden. It very sincerely asked for Yuan Yaozhu's forgiveness. There was simply no fault to be found. You don't need to be so anxious. She suddenly realized that she had done a stupid thing. If she wanted to drive Li Qingshan out, she had to persuade Li Qingshan to stay. She was so conflicted that she wanted to hit her head against a tree. "No, I'll leave immediately." 9-colored deer was filled with unwillingness as she probed. "You don't want to see her again and say goodbye in person? Maybe she will persuade you to stay." Li Qingshan sighed and waved his hand. "No, absolutely not. I'm afraid we won't see each other again." Yuan Yaozhu's expression darkened, and she felt wronged. "Even if I really can't keep you in 100 Herb Garden, I have never let you down. Why do I have to say such resolute words?" 9-colored deer was happy, and thought that his plan worked. As long as Yuan Yaozhu hated him, the bet was secondary. He pretended to sigh. "As expected, you are very dissatisfied, but this is also human nature. You have just settled down, and have such a good cultivation treasure land. Anyone would be dissatisfied if they were to be forced to leave." Shen Yushu cultivated Nature Heavenly Book, and worked in 100 Herb Garden for hundreds of years, which was of great help to Yuan Yaozhu. "But don't worry, I will also invite him out in the future." But he deliberately used Shin Yushu to provoke Li Qingshan, thinking, "Hey kid, you two have caused a ruckus. He can stay, but you want to leave. Let me ask you, are you convinced? If you're not convinced, then stay." It turns out that Shen Yushu also cultivates the Nature Heavenly Book. No wonder his aura is somewhat similar to senior sister Ruan's. However, I think it's better to let him stay in the 100 Herb Garden. What? The 9-colored deer simply doubted whether or not he had heard wrongly. Was this still the Li Qingshan who taught Shin Yushu a lesson without saying a word? Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm not so narrow-minded, and senior sister Ruan treats me even better. Instead, I have to thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise it would have affected senior sister Ruan's cultivation. Then it would be too late for regrets. The nine-colored deer was somewhat moved. Then why do you want Shin Yushu to stay? Because you misjudged some probability. That guy Shin Yushu isn't even 1 in 100 million danger to senior sister Ruan. The 100-herb garden still has to be managed properly, so it's better to keep him. And the danger I pose to her is more than 1 in 10,000. Li Qingshan flung his bangs and couldn't help but sigh. Even if I don't have any improper thoughts, too much charm is also a crime. A loud bang accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the ground collapsed and cracked. Li Qingshan was surprised. Why did you step on me again? I don't know, I couldn't help it. The nine-colored deer squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He had never seen such a shameless person. Where did this stupid self-confidence come from? In the 100-herb cave, Ruan Yaozhu was shaking with laughter. What was going on? Li Qingshan waved his hand. Take off your hoof. I'm leaving. You don't have to leave. The nine-colored deer said through gritted teeth. Facing such a lunatic, it was impossible for her to win this bet. I have to go, Li Qingshan said resolutely, forcibly pulling his foot back. He had always been a person who would repay a favor of a meal and take revenge for a grudge. Ruan Yaozhu's kindness to him was more than just a meal. Although she had always been dissolute, he was indebted to others. He absolutely could not harm the cultivation of others. This was where his principle lay. Go, 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 please leave quickly. The nine-colored deer turned his head, feeling that he was about to be driven crazy by him. Okay, Jiu-Er, you lost, don't be angry anymore. Ruan Yaozhu appeared under the tree and explained the whole story, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, I made a bet with you again. Jiu-Er was too worried about me and was too careful. This was the only way to prove to her that you are not that kind of person. No, she is right. This is my problem. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. Senior sister Ruan, I'll remember your kindness. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. I'll definitely return the favor in the future. Ruan Yaozhu smiled bitterly. Please stay. I, your senior sister, will never have any improper thoughts about you. Really? Really? Ruan Yaozhu was both angry and amused. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. Then I can rest assured. He was still a little worried. If you need me to leave one day, just say the word. I won't say that. I hope you won't say things like, we won't meet again. It makes me feel sad. Ruan Yaozhu said sincerely. Although his blind confidence made things very strange, his intentions were definitely not fake. He would rather give up a cultivation treasure like the 100-herb garden and ignore the bet with Lution than threaten her in the slightest. I don't feel good in my heart either. Forget it. Even if I stay in the 100-herb garden, try not to see me as much as possible. I come whenever I want. Is this my territory or your territory? Ruan Yaozhu pouted, understanding Jiu-Er's feelings. These words were too infuriating. It was as if she couldn't help but give herself to him, just because she came to see him a few times. I'm doing this for your own good. Actually, I have a lot of women. If you say that again, I'm really going to get angry. Ruan Yaozhu interrupted him and narrowed her eyes. She still had a bit of self-respect. Since she was young, she had never been treated like this. The betrayal of her companions in the past was mostly due to jealousy. Even among the true disciples, there were many who were willing to become Tao companions with her. Brat, you're too full of yourself. All right. I'm going to start cultivating. Li Qingshan asked her to leave. He looked at her as if she was a little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He almost touched her head and said, Hurry up and go home. Li Qingshan. Ruan Yaozhu felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. She wanted to leave, but if she just left like that, it would be too unnatural. She glanced at Jiu-Er with a reproachful expression. Heavens, I finally understand what it means to be unable to escape a calamity. You two lunatics, you'd better behave yourselves. The nine-colored deer couldn't stand it anymore and let out a sigh. Not only did it not achieve its goal, but it also pushed them from behind. Filled with grief and indignation, it rushed away against the wind and snow. To be continued. Chapter 1404. Heavy snow fell one after another. The Bodhi tree was covered in frost, but the golden leaves didn't wither. They shone with golden light through the frost and snow. The iron gourd hung upside down and shook a few more times before helplessly dropping the last drop of wine. Li Qingshan smacked his lips. It seems like the new year is coming. There was a saying, there is no 60-year cycle in the mountains. One does not know the year after the end of the winter. Cultivators' time was often counted in thousands of years, so the one-year plan of mortals didn't seem to have much meaning. However, since he was once a mortal, he couldn't be completely unmoved. Not to mention that he was all alone, eating the wind and drinking the snow, drifting for tens of thousands of miles. Time flew by, and it was deep cold. Everything stopped growing, and there was much less work. Everyone gathered in the small town to celebrate. Because of this 100-herb garden, they felt the seasons more clearly than normal cultivators. Cheerful laughter floated over the distant mountains, and along with the cold wind came the aroma of all kinds of food. Li Qingshan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Of course, no one came to invite him. Other than Shen Yushu, he didn't even talk to them, so he was happy to be alone. However, after being probed by the 9-colored deer, Ruan Yaozhu didn't come again. It seemed like she had wisely accepted his suggestion. Although he didn't regret it, he couldn't help but feel some regret. It had to be said that he really liked her. If he didn't have the ambition of the 9 heavens, staying with her in this 100-herb garden seemed like a good choice. However, why did it have to be her? He didn't care about anything, and had already let down too many beauties. He shook his head and cast his consciousness towards the 5 regions world. Although it was winter in the mortal realm, here was the golden autumn harvest season. On the fertile plains, a majestic city stood. Its layout was actually somewhat similar to Wanxiang City, especially the tall buildings in the city, which were almost the same as the sky, just that the scale was many times smaller. This was the Cloud Void City that Li Qingshan personally built with the mighty power of the world for his grand plan. That's right, this name came from the original Cloud Void Society, and Lu Chuanfeng was the current Cloud Void City Lord. In the past, the 100 schools all had their own holy lands. For example, the Buddhist Lingua Temple, the Medicine School's Imperial Hospital, and the Confucian School's Imperial College. Only the School of Novels did not. Now that Li Qingshan, a disciple of the School of Novels, had carried it forward, it finally had it. The various holy lands were different. This place did not belong to cultivators alone. Most of the people in the city were mortals without any power. Because the location Li Qingshan had chosen was too good, it suddenly became one of the most important transportation hubs in the continent, with countless Jianghu travelers and merchants coming and going. There were also countless down-and-out people who put their life experiences and thoughts into words to fight for a future. The first year under Qianlingji's guidance, the Lord of Cloud Void City, Lu Chuanfeng, acted as if he was buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. Gold and silver were not stingy at all. Regardless of the quality of the novels they collected, all they wanted was to attract more people. Later on, they began to pay attention to quality, and the threshold was also extremely low. Facts had proven that as long as there were enough benefits, humans could always burst forth with unimaginably powerful motivation. In just a few years, the pseudo-heaven had accumulated more than 10,000 volumes of novels. After careful selection, there were still nearly 100 scrolls left. Li Qingshan swept his eyes over them and recorded them all into a jade scroll. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's time to buy some wine to drink. The long road is long. Don't sigh at the lonely journey. There will be a day when the world knows you." In the small town surrounded by mountains, the voices of people were clamorous, toasts were exchanged, and it was very lively. The banquet was in full swing, and Shen Yushu sat high up. He was fawned over by everyone, but his face was shrouded in a layer of haze, without the slightest bit of joy. Ruan Yaozhu did not accept his invitation, and that damned Li Qingshan continued to expand his territory. In a short 2 to 3 months, He had reached a circumference of 100 li. What was even worse was that he also took care of the thousands of strange flowers and plants, within a circumference of 100 li in an orderly manner, not only proving himself, but also proving Guan Yaozhu's accurate vision. Guan Yaozhu's favor towards that Li Qingshan was simply unusual, and the meaning behind it made him tremble with fear. Guan Yaozhu was clearly already very dissatisfied with him. If there was a day when Li Qingshan crossed 4 heavenly tribulations, had stronger power, and had more doppelgangers, then he would immediately be kicked out, just like those losers that he had driven out. Those losers at least had other choices, and for him, there was no place more suitable for cultivation than the 100-herb garden. Crossing 5 heavenly tribulations, the dream of becoming a successor disciple would be extended indefinitely, and becoming Tao companions with Guan Yaozhu was even more of an idiot's ravings. He couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful. Perhaps he should not have shown it so directly, and should have waited until he became a successor disciple before slowly plotting. But if it wasn't for obtaining her help, why would he have racked his brains and risked offending her to press forward step by step? He was too confident, thinking that no one could replace his position with a volume of the natural heavenly tomes. Otherwise he would not have dared to take an inch and take a mile. He did not expect that a person who cultivated another heavenly tomes could also replace his position. Damn it! A trace of harshness flashed through his eyes, and the wine cup in his hand cracked. The crisis was constantly approaching, but he could only sit here, without the slightest bit of a solution. This was the 100-herb garden, and everything was under her control, so he couldn't use any tricks. She seemed to be looking down at him from a high position. It was her usual gentleness and dullness that gave him an illusion that the distance between them was very close. At this time, he suddenly realized that there was a huge gap between a chamber disciple and a successor disciple. If he was expelled from the 100-herb garden, not only would it greatly affect his cultivation, but he would also be questioned and even suppressed. Because her prestige in the myriad appearance sect was too high, making her an enemy was equivalent to carving the word bad on his face. Just when he didn't dare to continue thinking about it, a cultivator quietly came behind Shen Yushu and sent him a telepathic message. Senior brother Shen, that kid has left the 100-herb garden. Good, very good. Shen Yushu raised his head and drank it all in one gulp, then threw down the wine cup and flew away. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. In the 100-herb cave, Guan Yaozhu slightly frowned. This Shen Yushu is too much. The 9-colored deer transformed into a human form and laid horizontally in the basket, its delicate legs swinging back and forth. It lazily said, "He is afraid of being expelled from the 100-herb garden, so he wants to stake it all on one throw." Guan Yaozhu sighed. He has been in the 100-herb garden for so many years. Even if he doesn't have any merits, he has still worked hard. As long as he restrains himself and works seriously, how could I be so heartless? Hee. Although you both cultivate the natural heavenly book, the direction is very different. What you see is the growth of all living things. The heavens have the virtue of caring for all living things, using benevolence to shepherd all living things. This is the disposition of a king. He spent untold hardships to climb to this step. What he sees is the struggle of all living things, so he does his utmost to exclude those who are a threat to him. He still wants to get more sunlight and rain from you. This is the disposition of the common people. But cultivation methods are dead in the end, and people are alive. We have long surpassed the so-called king, and people of the common people of the common people. Junior brother Li is also not from the royal family, but he has great ambitions, determination, and decisiveness surpassing me. That kid is a freak. I beg you, don't praise him anymore. From Shen Yushu's point of view, of course you would expel him from the 100-herb garden. No matter how benevolent a king is, the common people are still skeptical. Besides, who would tolerate someone who wants to harm their own cultivation staying by their side? You have always been too easy to talk to. You should have ruthlessly beaten him long ago. But this is also good. At least he will not be a hindrance to you. Much safer than that kid. No, I have to stop him. He still hasn't done anything. Could it be that you have finally learned to use your identity as a direct disciple to suppress people? The nine-colored deer teased. At least I have to remind junior brother Li. You want to see him? Nonsense. Chapter 1405. The deer's eyes flickered with a rare cold light, containing both admonishment and warning. Guan Yaozhu could only say, "Fine, I won't show myself, but I want to ask eldest Marshall's sister to help me keep an eye on them. They are all people of 100 Herb Garden. How can I sit idly by?" Although Li Qingshan was good at fighting, Wanxiang's sect was a place that paid attention to seniority. If he fought with an inner disciple in Wanxiang City, he would suffer greatly. She blamed herself for indulging Shen Yushu too much. Now that he was going to harm a good person, she definitely wouldn't let it go. Eldest Marshall's sister. The nine-colored deer revealed a strange expression. Although it could understand Guan Yaozhu's thoughts, letting that person interfere could cause trouble. Guan Yaozhu also felt it was inappropriate, but she insisted. Even if it was Junior Marshall brother Li instead of Junior Marshall sister Li, I would do the same. The nine-colored deer saw her determined expression and knew it was useless to persuade her. Fine, fine, do as you wish, he thought. This is also good. That person is much more powerful than me and has that kind of relationship with Yaozhu. Once he feels that the brat is a threat, he definitely won't let it go. I don't care what a blockhead like you thinks. Heavy snow also fell on the ocean. As the frigid winds swept about, it danced about wildly. The space between the ocean and the sky was chaotic and hazy. Li Qingshan whistled through it. Shen Yushu followed behind him from a distance. His expression was somewhat sinister, no longer as gentle as usual. He was like a predator chasing his prey, wishing he could immediately kill Li Qingshan on the sea. However, he forcefully suppressed this thought. They were both disciples of Wanxiang sect, and killing each other was a taboo in the sect. If he killed Li Qingshan, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment. As for not being a match for Li Qingshan, he didn't even think about it. I was too careless that day and fell into his trap, not being able to use many of my methods. If I had gone all out from the start, and used my own soul to cast spells, how could a nascent soul cultivator fight him? What right does a nascent soul cultivator have to exchange blows with him? I only hate that bitch Guan Yaozhu for choosing that time to appear and humiliate me for nothing. He was full of resentment, but he did not care that Guan Yaozhu had helped him hold onto his natal magic weapon, the 9 sections green bamboo staff. In so many years of kindness, all of a sudden, Li Qingshan stopped and stood on the stormy sea. Could it be that I've been discovered? Chen Yushu felt a chill in his heart, and he quickly stopped. There was a faint trace of fear in his heart. In the 100 Herb Garden, it had been over 100 years since he had participated in a fight. Impossible. My cultivation of the nature, heavenly tome excels in concealing my aura. He definitely won't be able to find me. Even if they find out, what can they do to me? Indeed, Li Qingshan did not notice him. Even if he did, he would not take it to heart. After all, he was just a petty person. What made him stop was a shining star in the boundless void, a brand new world. He had 2 mirror images. One of them was the world god of the 5 continents world, while the other accompanied the void-devouring beast as it traversed through the void. Flying to a new world, he had been waiting. After a long journey, Deep Blue Little Fatty finally arrived in front of the star. Without his orders, it could not overcome its instincts and devour its own kind. It could only approach to the extreme. Li Qingshan walked out of its abyss-like mouth and looked around. He could clearly see the continents and oceans under the cotton-like clouds. This world was much smaller than the 5 continents world, but it was much larger than the original small world. It was probably a small world that could accommodate one heavenly tribulation. Even if devouring it could not allow the 5 continents world to evolve immediately, it could also expand by a lot. It gave confidence to all the cultivators of the 5 continents world. He did not immediately order Deep Blue Little Fatty to do so. There were billions of living beings in this new world. He needed the heaven-climbing vine. There was only one heaven-climbing vine, and it had always been connected to the human realm. This was to prevent any changes in the situation, and leave a way out for Little and the others. He held his chin and thought for a while. He decided to pull the heaven-climbing vine out of the human realm and devour the new world first. After such a long time, the myriad phenomenon sect did not have any reaction. After all, Chualong was not dead. Even if he stayed in the sect, there was still a life lamp. It would definitely not be extinguished. This new world was too big. It should not take long for the devouring to be completed. When he connected the heaven-climbing vine to the 5 continents world and deep blue little fatty, he immediately started devouring the new world. In the new world, all living beings looked up to it. A month ago, a dark blue giant star appeared in the night sky. It kept growing bigger, and could be seen clearly even in the daytime. At this moment, it finally covered the whole sky. It gave people the illusion that the sky was clear for miles. However, there were no sun, moon, or stars. The fear of the end of the world had pervaded the air for too long. At this moment, there was a strange tranquility. All they had to do now was to accept their fate. No one would ever be able to forget this scene. A black crack appeared in the sky and suddenly covered the entire sky. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. It would be great if he could have such power in the human realm. He smiled and continued forward. When he arrived at the myriad phenomenon city, he went straight to the sky. As soon as he entered the city, the female cultivator, who led the way for him last time, was waiting for him. "Senior brother Li, the spirit venerable asked me to bring you up." Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. "Senior brother? Senior brother, you've improved by leaps and bounds on the myriad phenomenon list. You've already surpassed me." The female cultivator smiled warmly and spoke gently. Compared to the last time, she was a completely different person. When she first joined the sect, she was only a servant. It took her hundreds of years to become a nascent soul cultivator and become a disciple. She then found a job in the sky. But this senior brother Li, in front of her, was not only a disciple as soon as he joined the sect, but he also rose by almost 1,000 ranks on the myriad phenomenon list in a short period of time. He was even summoned by Spirit Venerable Gui Hai twice. It would not take long for him to become a disciple. How could she not take care of him? Myriad phenomenon list? Li Qingshan had never heard of such a thing. "Senior brother, don't you know? It's no wonder. You just joined the sect not long ago. You're really a genius." The female cultivator walked side by side with him. She talked and smiled as they walked. After listening to her explanation, Li Qingshan realized that the myriad phenomenon sect actually had such a magical place. He had to go and take a look later. After presenting the book this time, wouldn't his ranking rise even more? He didn't enter the city just to present the book. As a disciple, he could receive many benefits, such as cave abodes, dharma treasures, mounts, and so on. Ruan Yaozhu brought him to the 100 herb garden the last time he left the city, so he didn't have time to receive them. Dharma treasures and mounts could be converted into bookmarks, even if he didn't need them. But a cave abode was a must. He couldn't let little Anne and the others be in danger. But thinking about it, the cave abode given by the myriad phenomenon sect wouldn't be much better. He wanted a large villa on the level of a true dragon cave abode, not a random suitable house. But he didn't know how much the house price was here. But it didn't matter. With Spirit Venerable Gui Hai, he could afford it no matter how expensive it was. To be continued. Chapter 1406. What? The quality is too poor. Take a closer look. Li Qingshan held a brass lot as he said indignantly to Spirit Venerable Gui Hai. After putting in so much effort, he only obtained this much. This was very different from what he imagined. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai swept his gaze at the jade slip again, and actually took back a mystic wood lot from Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan was enraged. These bookmarks added up were not even enough for a single green jade lot. This old bastard was not pockmarked but a scam. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai suddenly asked, "Where did you get these books from?" Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. It was meaningless to lie in front of this old bastard, so he decided not to answer. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai said earnestly, "Don't be indignant. The quality of the books you brought this time is much worse compared to the previous time. I have never misjudged the value of books." Yes, I was wrong. Li Qingshan thought about it, and had no choice but to admit it. The books that he had brought last time were all exquisite works that had been washed over thousands of years. This time, however, they were the creations of a group of money-seeking people in just a few short years. Although they had been carefully selected, the quality of the books was naturally not the same as before. This shortcut was indeed not that easy to take. Forget it, I'll find another way. Just as he was about to bid farewell and leave, never to return again, Spirit Venerable Guihai took out another green jade lot and handed it to Li Qingshan. What was this? Giving a carrot after a stick? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Is this a consolation prize? Spirit Venerable Guihai said. This is the deposit. Li Qingshan said. Didn't you find the books bad? Spirit Venerable Guihai said with a faint smile. Just because it's bad this time doesn't mean it'll be bad next time. I left some comments in the jade slip. Study them well. I believe it will be better in the future. Li Qingshan's heart palpitated. These books were not written by him, so what was there to study? He suddenly realized that there was a huge flaw in this matter from the beginning. Novels were indeed fictional, but they were definitely based on reality. Spirit Venerable Guihai was an existence that could infer a lot of information with just 1 or 2 sentences. Looking at his half-smiling expression, it was as if he had seen through all causes and effects. These novels may be inadvertently. Many things had already been exposed. The so-called shortcuts were mostly dangerous. A single misstep would cause one to fall into the abyss. His body would be smashed to pieces. What a blunder! Li Qingshan decisively returned the azure jade lot to Spirit Sovereign Guihai. Sorry, I don't have any more. Spirit Sovereign Guihai had already turned to leave. What's done cannot be undone. If you can't bring more and better books, you'll be deceiving your superiors and will be punished severely. Li Qingshan felt a headache coming on. Spirit Venerable Guihai's meaning was, it's too late for regrets now. Punk, you have already entered a den of thieves. If you don't satisfy me, don't even think of leaving unscathed. Spirit Venerable Guihai suddenly stopped. Do you want to know the secret to longevity? Yes. Mind your own business. Li Qingshan frowned and walked out of the sky. He took a deep breath of the cold air, and his brows relaxed. He did not regret it. This was because he had no other choice. From the moment he refused to leave the Myriad Phenomenon sect, he was taking a risk. He had to take this dangerous path. It was not necessarily a bad thing to let Spirit Venerable Guihai understand the situation. At the very least, it could reduce his suspicions. Humans were always friendlier to things they could understand and control. Through Spirit Venerable Guihai's attitude today, one could see a thing or two. Furthermore, he did not have any ill intentions towards the Myriad Phenomenon sect. He came here to cultivate. Everything he did was beneficial to the Myriad Phenomenon sect's development. He believed that Spirit Venerable Guihai would only mind your own business if he saw all of this, even if it was the worst outcome. In the future, his battle with Chuolong would be exposed before he joined the Myriad Phenomenon sect. It would not be considered a fratricide. Furthermore, he did not kill Chuolong in the end. It was just a personal grudge over benefits. He believed that when that day came, he would be an inherited teachings disciple. There was no need for the Myriad Phenomenon sect to deal with an existing inherited teachings disciple for the sake of an inherited teachings disciple who had fallen into the fiend domain. All in all, his luck was pretty good. Just as Spirit Venerable Guihai said, just because it wasn't good this time doesn't mean the next time won't be good. Cloudvoid City had just been built, and everything was still in its infancy. Since an experienced reader, like Spirit Venerable Guihai, was willing to believe that the next time would be better, he had no reason to doubt it. This shortcut could still be taken. Standing on the high platform and looking out, Myriad Phenomenon City was covered in white snow. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, giving off a festive atmosphere. There was a faint fragrance of wine in the cold wind, whetting his appetite. Following the fragrance, he found a restaurant. He first tasted a cup of every kind of wine and chose the best one. He poured all the bookmarks he had obtained from the book offering into the metal gourd. After taking a few mouthfuls, he felt a surge of heat rolling in his stomach. He immediately felt happy. Recalling the Myriad Phenomenon list, that the female cultivator had mentioned, he went over out of curiosity. The square was packed with people and carriages. The sounds of chatter, laughter, and hawkers rose and fell, filling the sky. Amidst the surging crowd, Li Qingshan stood motionlessly in front of the myriad phenomenon list. He turned a deaf ear to the hustle and bustle as he looked straight at the top of the list. The heat in his stomach turned cold as he felt a sense of danger. The first on the myriad phenomenon list, Lin Xian, or rather Chu Tian. So he was the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect. In that instant, the past flashed past, and many questions were answered. Chu Tian was the reincarnation of the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect, Lin Xian. His unparalleled talent came from this. After all, he had been a human sovereign in his previous life. Although he was not a true reincarnation of a deva, there were not many deva who could be compared to him, even in the heavenly Tao. Qianrongji's sky-climbing vine must have come from him as well. Back then he was still the stupid Chu Tian. The reason why she was able to gain Chuolong's trust and successfully counterattack was probably because she had impersonated Lin Xian. Only after coming to the myriad phenomenon sect did he understand how precious a heavenly book was. It was a peerless cultivation technique that could help one become a human immortal. Lin Xian was able to casually take out a heavenly book of cloud furnace to thank Ru Xian. How generous was that? However, he had even more questions. Why did Lin Xian reincarnate? First of all, it was definitely not to cooperate with Chuolong's plan. He also found Chuolong's name on the myriad phenomenon ranking, and it happened to be the last among the direct disciples. How could the strongest cooperate with the weakest, let alone make such a huge sacrifice? The 9 states was not worth Lin Xian giving up everything. Moreover, Chuolong was determined to have the 9 states as his territory. Lin Xian could not monopolize it. To the myriad phenomenon sect, it was not worth it to trade a direct disciple for a grotto heaven. Moreover, it was the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect. Then there was only one explanation. Lin Xian's lifespan was almost up, and he had to reincarnate. If Lu Tian could make a bet with Oxhead Bien, then with Lin Xian's identity and cultivation, he could naturally do something. Thus, he successfully reincarnated into the 9 states, and brought a sky-climbing vine with him. Even if he reincarnated as a dog, he could quickly become a spirit. As for why he did not reincarnate into the mortal realm, there were probably a few reasons. The mortal realm was too vast, and it was not easy to find. If it could be easily found, the myriad phenomenon sect was probably not without enemies. Moreover, in the mortal realm low-level cultivators were too weak, and there was no guarantee of their safety. It was different in the 9 states. With Chu Tian's talent, and the help of the sky-climbing vine, he could quickly make a name for himself, and protect himself. Moreover, the system of the 100 schools of thought seemed to be tailor-made for him. Lin Xian had a close relationship with Chuolong. Chuolong must have received a lot of help from this eldest senior brother, for him to be able to reach the level of human sovereign so quickly. Lin Xian must have been preparing since then. With this relationship, Chuolong could be his guide, and help him recover his memory and cultivation as soon as possible, so that he could return to the myriad phenomenon sect. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Before he recovered his memory and cultivation, he was bitten by the poisonous snake, Qianrongji, and almost lost his life. Although it was a blessing in disguise, and he recovered some of his memory, he knew from the incident with the banyan tree king that his memory must be incomplete. The spirit of a severely injured foundation-building cultivator could not bear all the memories of a human sovereign. A random scroll of the heavenly book contained a vast amount of information. In order to reincarnate and cultivate again, he probably prepared more than one scroll of the heavenly book. In addition to the large amount of experience in cultivation, the memories left behind in other areas were even more limited. Chapter 1407. This was not good news to Li Qingshan. It meant there were even more unpredictable variables. If it was just a Hui Long, as long as his life lamp was not extinguished, No one would find it strange, even if he did not appear for 8 to 10 years. This was the lifestyle of cultivators. However, if it involved a reincarnated senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect, then things would be hard to say. Who knew how many friends and enemies he had in the myriad phenomenon sect? Countless people were eyeing the true dragon abode. Perhaps even the 2 sect masters of the myriad phenomenon sect would pay special attention. Little and the others have been staying in the true dragon abode. Although it is beneficial for cultivation, it is too unsafe. I have to change places as soon as possible, even if it is just a little bit worse. Li Qingshan made up his mind. However, Deep Blue Little Fatty still needed some time to devour the new world. If he pulled out the sky-climbing vine now, who knew how many people would die? Nothing happened after so long. It can't be such a coincidence. Li Qingshan suppressed the trace of unease in his heart and continued to head to the spirit beast garden to collect his mount. However, a Mahist master once said, "If you are worried about something happening, then it is very likely to happen." North of Myriad Phenomenon City, 18,000 li. The wind howled and the waves raged, slamming against the black cliff again and again. The snowstorm danced and rumbled as it swept past the cliff. A black stone tablet stood on the cliff, overlooking the raging sea. For large words were carved on it. Xianming Cave Abode. If Li Qingshan was here, he would definitely be able to tell that these words were written by the same person as the true dragon abode. Behind the stone tablet was a mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of li tall, piercing through the clouds, as if it was connected to the sky. There was no peak at the top, only a deep abyss that spanned dozens of li. It was like a black eye embedded in the sea of clouds, staring at the endless sky. The abyss was so deep that even light could not illuminate it. A lucky snowflake was swept up by the storm and sent above the clouds, but unfortunately fell into the abyss. It had a crystalline color and a hexagonal shape. Like a stray spirit, it wandered around hesitantly, drifting lightly. After drifting for an unknown period of time, he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. Without a sound, a faint ripple appeared on the black and transparent surface of the lake, melting away its sparkling color and hexagonal shape. The ripple should have quickly calmed down, but the surface of the lake gradually surged. "It's about time. Lin Xian, have you failed?" A deep and powerful voice muttered to itself. A pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened in the black lake. The dark body at the bottom of the lake suddenly moved. Its black scales rippled like flowing water. Its 5 claws stretched out and dug into the craggy rocks. It propped up its huge body, raised its head, and roared towards the sky. Boom! It was as if a 1,000-year-old volcano had been resurrected in the blink of an eye. What gushed out wasn't lava or fire, but a raging wave that weighed tens of millions of tons. An angry dragon emerged from the surging waves. At this moment, the majestic roar of the dragon could be heard, scattering the layers of clouds for thousands of miles. The surging waves turned into clouds that surrounded a gold-eyed profound dragon and soared into the sky. The dragon head was headed in the direction of the true dragon cave, separated by a transparent crystal wall. Li Qingshan focused all of his attention on a strange fish egg with wings. All he saw was it fly around in the water, kicking up a series of splashes. It seemed to possess some kind of strange power. The description on the sign on the side was as follows: Glory fish egg, adult glory fish. Fish body, bird wings, sound like mandarin ducks, can fly and swim, and is good at water. Legend has it that it is related to the Kuan Peng by blood, but it hasn't been proven. It's worth 7 brass sticks, buy 2 get 1 free. I can give it to Yining to play with. Li Qingshan clicked his tongue in wonder. He continued forward and arrived in front of another iron cage. Inside was a big brown bear. Its eyes were closed as if it was sleeping, and it was hugging a wooden stake in its arms. The sign beside it showed that this was a bear cub. Rather than saying it was sleeping, it was more accurate to say that it hadn't even opened its eyes. Its price was much more expensive than those glory fish eggs. The bear cub rolled around in its sleep, and the wooden stake in its arms shattered with a crack. Even a cub is so fierce. I wonder how fierce it will be when it matures. No wonder it needs such a thick iron cage. Li Qingshan continued forward. Iron-eating beasts are also known as black and white bears. They can eat iron and bamboo, and are intelligent. This is good, this is good. Li Qingshan was like a little kid visiting a zoo for the first time. He was so excited that he wanted to clap his hands. This spiritual beast garden was really too fun. It was somewhat similar to the herb garden. They were both grotto heavens, and the inside was like a natural park. There were all kinds of strange and rare beasts for people to choose from. Whether they flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in the water, there was everything. Some spiritual beasts could fly in the sky, run on the ground, and even swim in the water. Many of them had only been heard of in legends, and some were even unheard of. Senior Martial Brother, have you chosen? This iron-eating beast was caught by our senior martial brother Sima, from the spiritual beast garden, with great difficulty. It's very easy to raise. All you need is bamboo and iron. If you want to raise a bear cub, you'll have to buy at least a few thousand kilograms of meat a month. That's not a small amount. The iron-eating beast is also a bear. And when it gets fierce, it's not much worse than a bear cub. It's even more human-like, and it's said that it can control one's mind. Look at its eyes. The female attendant in charge of reception introduced it very enthusiastically. She had already followed Li Qingshan all the way, and had almost walked through the entire spiritual beast garden. She didn't reveal the slightest bit of impatience. Li Qingshan followed her finger, and looked at the two dark circles under its eyes. The iron-eating beast also looked back at him. Perhaps because of the Qilins bloodline, it seemed to be very close to him. It made him inexplicably have a strong urge to buy one to raise. However, this was choosing a mount, not a pet, so it was better not to waste a bookmark. Thus he shook his head. Forget it, I'd better convert it into a bookmark. I like to walk by myself. The female attendant said, Senior Martial Brother, you're wrong. The so-called mount is just a saying. Which one of us doesn't know how to ride the clouds and the wind? Why must we ride on a beast? However, a mount is not only related to a cultivator's life, it's a lifelong companion that shares weal and woe. There's only one benefit that I can't not mention. It can greatly extend a cultivator's lifespan. What do you mean? Humans are the most intelligent of all creatures. It's a pity that their lifespan is too short, unlike the demon race who can easily live for tens of thousands of years. Thus, they have to learn from each other's strengths to make up for their shortcomings. They raise demonic beasts and sign a contract of alliance to extend their lifespan. Do you know Senior Martial Brother Lutian from the Chaotic Life Mill? Li Qingshan said, sigh. However, I heard that he made a bet with Oxhead Bien on the Yellow Springs Road. The female attendant smiled mysteriously. That's just a legend. Oxhead Bien isn't that easy to fool. Have you seen that three-legged golden toad? Li Qingshan nodded. Three-legged golden toad is the best at extending one's lifespan. I'm afraid Senior Martial Brother Lutian only managed to stall for some time. It was the three-legged golden toad that helped him hang on to his last breath. Li Qingshan had all kinds of godfiend bloodlines, so his lifespan was very long. He had never considered this problem before. Furthermore, lifespan actually didn't mean much to him. If he couldn't reach the 9 heavens in time, Brother Ox's enemies probably wouldn't let him off. However, through Lin Xian's matter, he could feel how important lifespan was to human cultivators. Normal nascent soul cultivators only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. It was far from being comparable to demon kings of the same cultivation level. He looked at the adorable iron-eating beast. Sigh, these demonic beasts are really pitiful to be used like this. The female attendant glared at him. Senior Martial Brother, you can't say that. The people in our spirit beast garden are all very caring. No matter how intelligent demonic beasts are, they are still demonic beasts. In the end, they were just demonic beasts, and could not be compared to humans. In the demonic beast path, only 1% of 10,000 glory fish eggs can become glory fish. Only one can grow and lay eggs. This adult fish will go through all kinds of elimination and escape from hunters. The chances of it cultivating into a demonic beast are even lower. What's the use of having a long lifespan? Humans are the most intelligent of all creatures. Not only do we give them a better environment, we take care of their food and daily life. We can also inspire their intelligence and teach them to cultivate. allowing them to step onto the path of cultivation. Only by cultivating will they have such a long lifespan. We treat them even better than our own fathers. They just take care of us and give us a portion of their lifespan. Isn't that fair? Pfft. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. This female attendant was rather interesting. Thinking of spirit sovereign Guihai and the 9-colored deer's grandeur, he, who was inferior to a deer and a tortoise, probably did not have the right to pity these demonic beasts. Even if one lived in this world, it was inevitable to be ridden. Furthermore, it was riding on a white mount. Just a few people would dare to make one work for them. It was better to live a carefree life with these mounts. Thinking back to when that bastard Chua Long wanted him to be a mount, it had truly infuriated him. Now from the looks of it, it was not entirely an insult. Instead, it had the intention of promoting him. However, he had no interest in such a good thing where he was second to none. If it was Wan Yaozhu. Ahem. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand. However, I think it's best to change it to a bookmark. I already have a mount. The female attendant was flattered. She did not expect him to apologize to her. She could not help but blush as she asked shyly, "Senior Marshal Brother, what is your mount? Our Spirit Beast Garden also provides all kinds of exquisite food. It's not expensive either. There's a set meal here. Raising a mount is a great knowledge. If there's anything you don't understand, I can help you take a look." The main business of the Spirit Beast Garden was not selling spirit beasts. Instead, it was providing all kinds of related services. She was not afraid that Li Qingshan would not buy a mount. She was only afraid that Li Qingshan would not raise a mount. Oh, it's a phoenix. Li Qingshan used Li Fengyuan as an excuse again. He was considering when to bring him to the human realm to play. He did not allow others to ascend, because he did not trust them. As the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings, Li Fengyuan was obviously not included in this list. He was not far from the 4th heavenly tribulation. He would definitely be a great help. Pretending to be a mount was not a bad idea. It was not worthwhile for him to ride him. It was only right for a son to carry his father once in a while. Phoenix. Phoenix. The female attendant was stunned. If the 3-legged golden toad was only good at prolonging one's life, the phoenix was good at nirvana rebirth. It was immortal, and would be of great help to cultivators. Not to mention other benefits. However, the phoenix had a reserved and arrogant nature. How could it be a mount for someone? Senior Marshal Brother, you are not joking, right? Li Qingshan said, "No. Is there anything to feed the phoenix here? Forget it, he likes to drink wine and eat meat." Drink wine and eat meat. The female attendant was already sure that Li Qingshan was bragging. However, she did not want to expose him. She smiled and said, "Senior Marshal Brother, bring it to our Spirit Beast Garden in the future. I have seen Senior Marshal Brother Lin Xian's golden-eyed profound dragon once. However, I have never seen a phoenix before." Sigh, this Senior Marshal Brother was so amiable. It was a pity that he liked to brag. Well said, well said. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. That trace of uneasiness that was suppressed suddenly became clear. Chapter 1408. Chualong, come out! Along with the dragon roars, a cloud descended from the sky and shrouded the sky above the dragon pool cave. Dragon scales and dragon body flew in the air. Dragon claws and dragon horns appeared and disappeared. Suddenly, a huge dragon head appeared. Little and suddenly opened his eyes, which were clear and calm. He looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming and Gu Yinying quietly. Gu Yinying sighed. We still can't avoid this. Qingshan has just retracted the sky-climbing vine. What a coincidence. Is it because of him? Little said lightly. Impossible. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, there is no such thing as dodging. Whether it is because of Qingshan or not, this is our problem. He closed his eyes and sensed. A true dragon that has gone through 6 heavenly tribulations is not easy to deal with. Gu Yinying stood up. I'll try. The true dragon's arrival was like a mountain pressing down on them, cutting off their path of retreat, and putting their lives on the line. Yet the 3 of them did not panic at all, let alone fear or worry. The golden-eyed dragon roared. If you don't come out, I'll break your cave immediately. Rumble. Thunder and lightning interweaved in the clouds, flickering indefinitely. Senior, please calm down. Gu Yinying walked out of the cave and came to the peak of the mountain. She bowed and asked, "May I ask why you are looking for my emperor? Who are you?" The golden-eyed dragon lowered his head and stared at Gu Yinying. Gu Yinying answered calmly, "I am the subordinate of my emperor Chuolong. I am here to guard the dragon pool cave." The golden-eyed dragon thought to himself, if she is not a disciple of the nature sect, then she must have come from the underworld. This means that the sky-climbing vine has been successfully reattached. The dragon was slightly relieved. Initially, he could sense Lin Xian's safety clearly. However, after he reincarnated, even the life lamp he had left in the sect had been extinguished. All connections were severed, and he could no longer sense Lin Xian anymore. Where is Chuolong? Gu Yinying hesitated. Is he still in the 9 states? Gu Yinying didn't know the identity of the Golden Eye's profound dragon. But since she knew Chuolong, and didn't attack the cave abode directly, she could talk to him. Then I'll be straightforward. My emperor is indeed still in the 9 regions. When will he return? I'm not sure about that. Sigh. Gu Yinying looked worried. He sighed. Why are you sighing? The 9 states are unfortunate. First, they were invaded by the demonic domain, then by the hungry ghost realm. I wonder how they are doing now. You're lying. The gold-eyed profound dragon roared. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out at the same time, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Gu Yinying was shocked, even though she was separated by the magic circle. She folded her hands and bowed deeply. Everything I said is true. I dare not deceive you. Senior, please understand. His courage was not bad. Go find Sui Long for me. Tell him to come see me immediately. The golden-eyed profound dragon had only made a feint, but his opponent's reaction was surprisingly calm, causing him to feel a little embarrassed. He even felt a little worried. Could it be that the cultivators of the Jiuzhou world were all of such high quality? That was too shocking. This was not normal, Gu Yinying said awkwardly. But my emperor asked me to guard the cave abode and cultivate. No buts. I'll give you 3 days. If he doesn't come in 3 days, I'll break into the cave abode and kill all of you. The gold-eyed profound dragon was full of killing intent. If Lin Xian had already met Chuolong, but Chuolong didn't dare to see him, then the problem must be with Chuolong. He had to find out the truth. Yes. Gu Yinying returned to the dragon pool abode. Prepare for battle or flee. If we fight, we'll die. If we flee, we won't be able to. This is a familiar feeling. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled. I've been wondering if there's something wrong with the world. There's only one way left. The 3 of them looked at each other. They said in unison, Tribulation Transcendence. The 3 of them were on the verge of the 4th heavenly tribulation. Unlike Li Qingshan, they didn't have to think too much. It was only because they were in danger that they didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. That was why they had been enduring. After this period of cultivation, they had already gotten used to the laws of the human realm. They could go through the tribulation anytime. Gu Yinying said, together? Littlein said, together. The moment the heavenly tribulation started, the dragon outside would definitely be alerted. It might start attacking the cave abode immediately. There was no need to hide anymore. The gold-eyed profound dragon was in deep thought when he suddenly heard a special thunder. It was very weak, but it was different from the thunder he caused. It contained a trace of heavenly might. Looking over, tribulation clouds gathered in all directions. It was like an ambush had been set up on all sides. The heavenly might was vast. Tribulation lightning? The gold-eyed profound dragon instantly realized that something was wrong. Why did Lin Xian have to go through the tribulation the moment he arrived? Chuolong only needed to come out and explain. There must be a huge change. He shouted angrily, Aunt, how dare you bully me? Originally, it would take some effort to break through this dragon pool cave abode. Now, I can make use of this heavenly tribulation to raise this place to the ground. In a split second, the giant dragon danced in the sky. Wind and thunder surged, shaking the world. Li Qingshan left the spirit beast's garden. He still felt uneasy. In this world, the person who had the closest relationship with Lin Xian was undoubtedly that gold-eyed profound dragon. It was impossible for him to return to the Dragon Pool cave abode immediately. He could work hard to be a pioneer. But that was all. Luckily they could all take charge. I hope it will be fine. Li Qingshan picked up the metal gourd and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. Suddenly, he felt that he was being watched. He turned around. There was no one around, but the feeling of being watched did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger. Shen Yushu held his breath and hid behind a tree. Did he notice me? Impossible. How did he notice me? Why should I hide? He followed Li Qingshan all the way to Wanxiang City. While secretly monitoring Li Qingshan's whereabouts, he thought of a way to deal with him until he was outside the spirit beast's garden. If I directly go out and provoke him, if he dares to make a move on me, I will purposely not hide. He will not be able to escape punishment. No, if this spreads out, it will be too embarrassing. Right at this moment, he heard Li Qingshan's footsteps approaching. His heart suddenly jumped, and he felt an indescribable panic. Li Qingshan raised his head and widened his eyes. He saw a rabbit squatting quietly on the tree. It had black fur, long pointed ears, and fiery red eyes. It was staring at him, or rather, staring at the wine gourd in his hand. A rabbit climbing a tree. This kind of thing was originally worth being surprised. But after strolling around the spirit beast's garden, he wouldn't be surprised even if a sow could climb a tree. He rubbed his chin and pondered. It probably escaped from the spirit beast's garden. No matter how comfortable it is to be a mount, it still yearns for freedom. The black rabbit actually nodded its head. Hey, it can understand human language. As expected, it escaped from the spirit beast's garden. Li Qingshan noticed its gaze. He raised the iron gourd in his hand and asked with a smile. Do you want to drink? Did rabbits drink wine? Of course, after going around the 100-herb garden, this kind of thing wasn't strange at all. With a whoosh, the black rabbit jumped down from the tree at an astonishing speed. It hugged the iron gourd and drank. Li Qingshan noticed that its 4 limbs had sharp claws. Of course, this wasn't strange at all. However, it was quite interesting to watch rabbits drink wine. TSK, you haven't drunk enough yet. This little stomach is quite good at holding. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. When he picked up the iron gourd, he felt that it was empty. It didn't seem strange that a rabbit could drink so much wine. Not strange my ass. Li Qingshan grabbed the rabbit's ears and lifted it up. Bastard, give me back my wine. The black rabbit stared at him with a pair of fiery red eyes. It rubbed its stomach with its 2 front paws and lazily burped. Li Qingshan was furious and waved his fist fiercely. At this moment, the waitress who led the way for him came out of the door and wanted to send Li Qingshan off. She felt that this senior brother, who loved to brag, was quite interesting. He had a high cultivation base and a good character. Especially, he was also good-looking. Suddenly seeing this scene, she couldn't help but be stunned. I was just scaring it, Li Qingshan said embarrassedly. A big man bullying a little rabbit was too degrading. In the words of the spirit beast's garden, it was no love. The waitress didn't say anything and immediately returned to the spirit beast's garden. Li Qingshan looked up to the sky and sighed. Was it easy for him to earn some bookmarks? It wasn't easy to collect some books for the old tortoise, but it was all gone in an instant. It was equivalent to all the accumulated harvest of these days, falling into the stomach of this damn rabbit. He said fiercely, You drank my wine. I will never let you go. Say, do you like fried or steamed? The black rabbit didn't seem to understand human words and pretended to comb its fur. The waitress hid back into the spirit beast's garden and covered her mouth. That can't be Big Senior Sister's black fur roar, right? Chapter 1409. Li Qingshan shuddered and suddenly looked back in the direction of the Dragon Pool cave abode. He frowned and thought, did something really happen? It can't be so coincidental, right? He had an urge to pull the sky-climbing vine back, but he endured it in the end. He was not so callous to disregard the lives of billions of living beings, just because of a slight sense of danger. Otherwise, he would never have cultivated the Qilin longevity policy. He was only thinking, and did not notice that the eyes of the black rabbit in his hand were turning redder and redder. Its originally minuscule aura was withdrawn as though it had fallen into a huge whirlpool. When it was withdrawn to the extreme, it would explode at a terrifying speed. Heh, my rabbit has a very bad temper, especially after drinking. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Somewhere in Wuxia City, a certain senior sister's eyes shone with blood and fire as she muttered, "Hey rabbit, don't cause too much damage to Wuxia City. Otherwise, I'll deduct it from your wine bill." Li Qingshan shook his head. What was lost was already lost. There was no need to get angry at a rabbit. It would only make him look petty. Look at you. You don't even have any meat on you. It's not even enough for me to eat. Since I'm the one treating you, you can only blame it on your bad luck. Go. Just as he threw the black rabbit on the ground, it leaped back with a swoosh. Furthermore, it squatted on top of his head, and the redness in its eyes faded a little. Ah, you're asking for a yard after being given an inch. Get down here. Li Qingshan reached out to grab it. The black rabbit jumped on top of his head and landed steadily on top of his head every time he missed. As expected of a spirit beast, Li Qingshan was shocked. Although the rabbit was not serious, it was quite extraordinary for it to be able to dodge his grabs consecutively. Li Qingshan was even more impressed. Forget it. Since we drank the same gourd of wine, we can be considered drinking buddies. If you stay in Wuxia City and get captured back to the Spirit Beast Garden, you will inevitably become someone's mount. What bullshit, love. Beasts without a control is the greatest joy. Even if you are hunted and eaten, your life will not be in vain. Since you want to be free, I'll be a good person to the end. Let's get you out of here. He reached out to grab it again, and sure enough, it stopped jumping and obediently let him grab it. It blinked its red eyes. It regained its original luster. Li Qingshan put it in his wide sleeve pocket and strode forward. He didn't know that he was on the edge of an extremely dangerous situation. Facing a demon emperor-level black-furred sky-gazing roar was no easier than facing a gold-eyed dragon. The woman said indignantly, "Humph, what kind of temper is this? You want to die just because I touched your ear? A single drinking buddy has bought you over." He took out a red gourd that was 10 times larger than Li Qingshan's metal gourd from his back. He gulped down a mouthful of alcohol and wiped his mouth. However, it's not good to use a drinking buddy as a meal. Not long after Li Qingshan left, Chen Yushu slowly came out from behind the tree and said with a sneer, "Sure enough, you have a lot of guts to actually dare to steal the Spiritual Beast Garden's spiritual beasts. You just entered and you already learned to be a thief. Senior Sister Ruan must be blind to appoint such a person." Using the Heavenly Book of Nature, he blended his aura with the surrounding environment and followed Li Qingshan from afar to the Spiritual Treasure Square. Seeing him disappear from the Spiritual Treasure Square, he already understood that he was going to receive the various benefits of becoming a disciple. First, receive a mount in the Spiritual Beast Garden, then go to the Spiritual Treasure Square to receive a talisman. Then next, it would definitely be the Heaven Mansion department. He immediately came up with a plan. There was no need for him to appear personally. He didn't have to personally come out and make this Li Qingshan stumble. If he also stole the spiritual beasts in the Spiritual Beast Garden, he could forget about staying in the 100 Herb Garden. Even Ruan Yaozhu would have nothing to say. Li Qingshan came to the Spiritual Treasure Square not only to receive the benefits. As usual, he first took a look around. The Spiritual Treasure Square was like a museum. All kinds of talismans and weapons were displayed on the exhibition stand. There was also a simple introduction written on the side. There was no lack of powerful talismans, but as a disciple, the benefits he could receive were only at the level of ordinary talismans in the 9 regions. It was even inferior to those powerful talismans in the 9 regions. However, it was free anyway, so there was nothing to be picky about. He didn't even care about those powerful talismans. He, who cultivated the 9 transformations of demons and gods, never relied on external objects. He directly exchanged the benefits for bookmarks and kept them in his pocket. "Can you repair weapons?" The attendant smiled and said, "Of course. May I ask what kind of weapon you want to repair?" Li Qingshan casually took out the last mad flower saber. A sharp and cold aura filled the hall, making the attendant's hair stand on end. However, he took a step forward. His eyes were shining, and he looked like he had seen a prey. It's a Shura divine weapon. Is there a weapon soul? The blade was full of cracks and damage, but it revealed a fierce aura of surviving hundreds of battles. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Shura divine weapons didn't have as many changes as human talismans, but they were known for their sturdiness and sharpness. What kind of fierce battle did it go through to be so damaged? Li Qingshan asked with concern. Can it be repaired? Could this be the last Madflower saber? A male cultivator with a square face, wide ears, and a loud voice walked over. The badge on his chest showed that he was an inner disciple. Li Qingshan said, Yes, how did Senior Martial Brother know? I can recite the weapon manuals of the Path of Azuras, weapons of war, like the back of my hand. Although I know the answer, I still have to ask, are you selling this saber? No. Li Qingshan shook his head. As expected, you are just a nascent soul cultivator. Yet you were able to gain the recognition of the Shura weapon soul. You are really something. It's damaged so badly that we must use the Shura sacrificial altar. It won't be cheap to repair it. How many bookmarks do you want? I'll erase the rest for you. 8 green jade bookmarks. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan said, I'll repair it. The Shura sacrificial altar was indeed amazing. Li Qingshan only waited for half a day, and he returned with a brand new last Madflower saber. The saber's blade hummed, and the soul said, Kid, you finally entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Why didn't you go to the path of Azura? What a loser. I will definitely go there in the future. Keep your word, don't go back on it. And thank you. Li Qingshan smiled and said, You're welcome. One of the Grand Senior Martial Sisters laughed and said, Interesting. To be able to gain the recognition of the Shura weapon soul. No wonder Shen Yushu was no match for him. With this saber in hand, he can challenge most of the inner disciples. She touched her waist, and there was also a blood-red saber there. She was very sure that a person who could gain the recognition of the Shura weapon soul was not a coward. Then why did he stay in the herb garden? With such a powerful weapon, wouldn't it be better for him to go out and fight? Could it be that he has ulterior motives towards my Juzi? Alright, for the sake of the Shura weapon soul, I have one more reason not to kill you. 998 more. Chapter 1410. A mystical dragon was rolling in the vast pool of lightning, its body covered in tens of thousands of lightning bolts. It was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. How can the fourth heaven's tribulation be so powerful? How can the fourth heaven's tribulation be so powerful? The golden-eyed mystical dragon was also shocked. With his help, the tribulation lightning became even more violent and turbulent. Occasionally, 1 or 2 lightning bolts would hit the dragon's scales. It actually felt a little painful, so it gradually retreated from the center of the pool of lightning. Ignorant bastards. How dare you go through the tribulation in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. It's a pity that they'll definitely turn into ashes in the tribulation lightning. I won't be able to ask what's going on down there. Little and wore the 3 burial robe, which danced in the lightning bolts and gradually became tattered. He put his palms together and wrapped them around the skull prayer beads. He chanted scriptures. His flesh was torn apart by the lightning, revealing his white bones. Gu Yinying spread her wings and hugged herself like a bird in winter, silently enduring the harsh cold. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming was the calmest. He opened his chest and let the lightning strike him. Relying on the Azura immortal body and the Rahu clan's bloodline and physique, he stood in the rumbling lightning bolts with his head held high. He laughed and said, How satisfying. They were not ordinary demon kings or nascent soul cultivators. They had accumulated a lot of experience and were so powerful that they were not afraid of the lightning bolts. Suddenly, a lightning sword condensed in the void, dragging a string of lightning behind it. It slashed toward the weakest among the 3, Gu Yinying. Gu Yinying's heart skipped a beat. She felt that the power contained in this lightning sword was stronger than thousands of tribulation lightning bolts. However, she had never heard of a fourth heaven's tribulation encountering such a situation. Was it really exciting to go through the tribulation with these two monsters? The heavens' tribulation was the supreme law. It was locked by the heavenly secrets, and could not be dodged. The only thing she could do was to be prepared to take it head-on. A white shadow flashed in front of her. Little An stood in front of her, his bony hands holding the Buddha slaying sword tightly. He met the lightning sword. Boom! The lightning sword flew backward, and the three burial robe almost turned into ashes. Little An took a step back and half knelt on the ground. The Buddha slaying sword was full of cracks, and his white of bones were trembling. Even the samadhi flames of white bone in his eye sockets had become much dimmer. Why? Gu Yinying was surprised. She never thought that Little An would block this attack for her. Little An said, "Conserve your strength." Gu Yinying nodded solemnly. What they had to face was not only this lightning tribulation, but also a true dragon that was eyeing them covetously. It was true that their cultivation had improved greatly when they had just overcome the heavenly tribulation, but it was also when they were at their weakest. They could not afford to get tangled up in battle. Luo Ho Xiaoming's expression turned solemn as well. The tribulation thunder has condensed into a weapon. What a great honor! Tribulation lightning condensed into weapons. It would usually only appear after the sixth heavenly tribulation, specifically preventing people from becoming immortals. Using tens of thousands of tribulation lightning to condense a heavenly weapon, it could kill anyone who defied the heavens. Now it was only the fourth heavenly tribulation, and yet it had appeared. Even if it was only a single one, it was still too terrifying. After the lightning sword was blocked by Little An, its radiance only dimmed slightly. When it returned to the surging lightning pool, it immediately regained its original radiance. In fact, it was even more intense. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "Let me do it." Little An said, "Conserve your strength too." Luo Ho Xiaoming immediately understood what she meant. He smiled and said, "As expected of the white bone inheritor, you can still be so calm at such a time. You are not the slightest bit affected by emotions. However, can you block it?" "If I can't block it, I will die." The chaotic soul bell rang rapidly. The sound of the bell was like a real substance, creating a whistling thunder. She swung her sword and faced the tribulation lightning sword. Boom! Thousands of lightning bolts shot out from the mountain peak, reflected in the pair of golden dragon eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed through them. Could it be that she could really survive this heavenly tribulation? But that would be for the best. He could just capture her and ask her about it. If he had known this would happen, he would not have expanded the heavenly tribulation. Sigh, he had slept for too long this time. He still had not woken up, and his brain was not working well. Lightning bolts shot out again and again, and thunder roared. Unknowingly, the lightning gradually dimmed, and the thunder became softer, but it still continued. I didn't think that she would really survive it. The golden eyes dragon flew through the air, and stared at the dragon pool cave abode below. Now, a strange bird cry suddenly sounded in the mountain. It sounded like an eagle's cry, and it also sounded like a phoenix's cry. The sound shook the 9 heavens and echoed through the layers of clouds. The great pung spread its green wings like clouds in the sky. It flapped with all its strength and soared thousands of miles into the sky. Kuan Pung! The golden eyes dragon was shocked. If there was a natural enemy of a true dragon, it would be the Kuan Pung. When the Kuan roamed the sea, it could eat dragons. When it transformed into a Pung, it was like an eagle hunting for a snake. Once it was targeted, it would most likely die. Therefore, the dragon race had an unwritten rule that if they encountered a young Kuan Pung, they must kill it. But it was also because of this rule that the dragon race had a terrifying nightmare. There was a Kuan Pung that reached the peak of the demon race and became a great sage. It was called Chaotic Heaven, and specialized in patrolling the seas and hunting true dragons. Until the group of true dragons dove deep into the abyss. None of them dared to roam the sea or soar in the sky. Just now he gave up and said, "If a dragon kills a Kuan Pung, then I will kill 500 true dragons." Even if the dragon race was good at reproduction and had a large population, they were still greatly weakened. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it was said that the great sage of Chaotic Heaven's wings were this green color. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but hesitate. However, he changed his mind. That great sage of chaotic heaven had long been arrogant. She might be his successor, so he couldn't let her go. Want to leave? With a loud roar, the dragon soared thousands of miles and pounced on the Kuan-pung. Little and sat on the back of the Kuan-pung. The 3 burial robe was in tatters, revealing the broken white bones underneath. However, on the white bones, there was an unprecedented luster. Although the samadhi flame of white bone in his eye sockets was weak, it became more and more condensed. A huge dragon head pounced on him. It's my turn. Luo Ho Xiaoming took a step forward and stared at the golden-eyed dragon with his blood-red eyes. If the Kuan-pung wanted to fly away, someone had to block the golden-eyed dragon from behind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fly for long before it ran out of energy. He was the most suitable candidate, so Little and asked him to preserve his strength. Although this was the best choice, it was also cruel and merciless. This was almost a fatal situation. Even if he was the divine son of Azura, he had no chance of winning against a demon emperor true dragon in this state. He didn't have any complaints about this. She had blocked the thunder sword of heavenly tribulation and almost died. What really annoyed him was that he had to hide behind a woman. Now that it was finally time for him to attack, he couldn't help but be eager. As for the consequences, there was no need to think too much. Just as she said, if you can't block it, you die. It was just that simple. If I die, ask him to help me kill this stinky earthworm. Okay. Luo Ho Xiaoming jumped with the wind and pounced on the golden-eyed dragon. Bastard, you're courting death. The golden-eyed dragon spat out a dragon's breath, which was so cold that the air froze. Luo Ho Xiaoming was frozen in the air. In the golden-eyed dragon's eyes, he was already a dead man. It didn't even look at him and rammed into him. Who did you say is a bastard? The sky darkened. Luo Ho Xiaoming shattered the ice, and a terrifying black giant appeared in the endless darkness. He punched the dragon's head. The golden-eyed dragon was caught off guard. Its charge was stopped, and it rolled a few times in the air before it stopped. It looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming in disbelief. To be continued. Chapter 1411. The Abundance Department's courtyard was vast and majestic, but it wasn't a grotto heaven. Li Qingshan stepped onto the high steps, reported his name, and stated his purpose. The attendant in green glanced at him, and his smile faded slightly. He led him to a room and said, Senior Brother Wang is busy. Please wait here for a while. Li Qingshan waited for half a day. He was the only one in the empty corridor. There wasn't any busy scene, but it seemed very deserted. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He first sorted out his thoughts for cultivation, and then took out the black rabbit from his sleeve to play with it. Unfortunately, the rabbit wasn't very cooperative. It even bit his hand hard when he angered it. Hiss! Li Qingshan took a deep breath. He saw that his finger was bleeding, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. He couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention how strong his physique was, he also had a powerful defense talent like Bull Demon forging its hide. He finally felt that something was wrong. What breed was this rabbit? Just as he was about to check it, a man's cold voice sounded from inside the door. Is there anyone else outside? Yes. Li Qingshan couldn't be bothered to argue with the rabbit. Anyway, he was going to let it go when he was outside the city, regardless of what breed it was. Come in. Li Qingshan pushed the door open and entered. The large room was decorated elegantly. There was a scroll of calligraphy on the wall that said, It's rare to be muddle-headed. A slightly plump man with a round face was sitting in front of the coffee table, sipping tea. He glanced sideways and said, You are Li Qingshan? That's right. Li Qingshan was displeased. What has this damn fatty been busy with? Even if a cultivator's concept of time was different from that of a normal person, this wait was too long. The service attitude of the Abundance Department is incomparable to that of the Spirit Beast Garden and the Spirit Treasures Square. No wonder the senior brother, who received me, said that he wanted me to leave the bookmark here as a bribe. Impudent. I am your senior brother. Senior Brother Wang's face darkened. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This damn fatty was just like him. He was just a disciple who had just entered the hall. What was he being so arrogant for? However, When he thought about how little and the others were in the Dragon Pool Immortal's cave, and how they were in dire need of an Immortal's cave, he suppressed his anger and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Wang, I'm here to claim my Immortal's cave." "Wait a moment. Can't you see I'm busy?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the fat man. He leisurely took a sip of tea. Li Qingshan frowned. He was clearly looking for trouble, but he hadn't offended him. Even if it was for bribery, there was no need to be so disgusting. "Yeah, I saw it. I'm so busy eating shit." Senior Brother Wang spat out his tea and flew into a rage. "What did you say? I told you to go eat shit." Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. He turned around and left, wondering if Wanxiang City had a complaint agency. "How dare you insult Senior Brother to his face? I will teach you a lesson today." A cold smile appeared on Senior Brother Wang's face. Everything was going according to plan. Not long ago, Shen Yushu came to his door to plot with him. He wanted him to think of a way to make things difficult for Li Qingshan. As long as he angered him, a violent conflict would occur. This would attract the Law Division's patrol officer. This was the territory of the Heaven Mansion Department. Shen Yushu was an inner disciple and the head butler of the 100 Herb Garden. He had a lot of connections. As long as he could get Li Qingshan into the Law Division, he would have ways to deal with him. Senior Brother Wang fiercely slapped Li Qingshan. He was very happy. Shen Yushu promised to give him a 10,000-year-old Lingji as a reward after the matter was settled. A new inner disciple. How dare you offend an inner disciple? You really don't know what's good for you. Even if there's no reward, I will still teach you the rules of seniority. When you enter the Law Division, you will suffer. Li Qingshan became more and more certain of his judgment. He even faintly guessed who was behind this. The only enemies he had in the Myriad Appearance sect were Lu Tian and Shen Yushu. At this moment, the bet with Lu Tian had just begun, so there was no need for him to do such a despicable thing. In that case, it was definitely that vile Shen Yushu. He didn't even turn around and casually grabbed the slapping white palm. He turned around and pressed down on his head. Clang! Before Senior Brother Wang could react, his head was pressed down on the tea table. The tea set on the table jumped around, and the tea spilled all over his head and face. He was shocked. How was this possible? They were both nascent soul cultivators. How could there be such a big difference? Li Qingshan said, "Speak, who sent you to disgust me?" Senior Brother Wang said, "Li Qingshan, you dare to offend your superior and attack your senior brother. I will report you to the Law Division." Li Qingshan sneered. "So that's what you're planning? Let me ask you again, who is it?" Senior Brother Wang couldn't break free. He cursed loudly, wanting to alarm the people outside. Li Qingshan was already restless. At this time, anger rose in his heart and evil grew in his guts. He sneered, "You won't speak, right? Senior Brother Wang, I will treat you to a cup of tea. Calm down." He grabbed a teacup and stuffed it into his mouth. Then a second, a third. After stuffing the teacup, there were also various tea sets, small pincers and so on. In the end, there was only a small teapot left on the tea table. He crushed it and stuffed it into his mouth. The black rabbit had jumped out of his sleeve at some point, its ruby-like eyes glistening with a red light as it watched this scene. A certain senior sister smiled. So satisfying. But what does Yaozhu see in such a tyrannical guy?" Li Qingshan said, "Senior Brother Wang, now you're done, right? Who should I say? If you don't speak, I will treat you to everything in this room." Senior Brother Wang's mouth was full of blood. He stared at Li Qingshan with bloodshot eyes and said vaguely, "Li Qingshan, kill me if you have the guts. I will definitely kill you." "Good, you're unyielding. I admire you." Li Qingshan smiled and grabbed his head to the difficult character. "And it's rare to be muddle-headed. Did you write it? Good writing, the taste must be good." He licked his lips. "You seem to taste okay. Although it's a little greasy, it's suitable to go with wine." A moment later, the green-clothed attendant who led the way for Li Qingshan hurried to the door. He knocked a few times and called for Senior Brother Wang, but there was no response. There was only a strange whining sound. He steeled his heart and pushed the door open. The scene in front of him shocked him. Li Qingshan held senior brother Wang's neck with one hand and the scroll with the other. He shoved the messy things in senior brother Wang's mouth down. Senior brother Wang was crying, his eyes filled with fear. He said, "Save me, call someone." Li Qingshan glanced at him. The green-clothed attendant stepped back and sat on the ground. He said in a trembling voice, "Li, senior brother Pai asked me to invite you." Li Qingshan was surprised. "Senior brother Pai Yangqiu?" Yes. Okay, I'll go now." Li Qingshan felt better after venting his anger. He took the black rabbit and left senior brother Wang. The green-clothed attendant looked at Li Qingshan in awe. "Senior brother Wang, senior brother Pai asked you to get out of the Sky Mansion department. Don't embarrass yourself here." Senior brother Wang was currently lying on the ground, gasping for air. His expression changed drastically when he heard that. Being viciously taught a lesson by Li Qingshan was only a flesh wound. It only seemed horrible, and he could recover in a moment. Being chased out of the abundance department would truly be fatal. Chapter 14:12. At the highest level of the Treasury Department, there were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. It was like a huge garden. Pai Yangqiu sat alone among the flowers and trees, looking down at Wanxiang City leisurely. Li Qingshan went forward to greet him. Pai Yangqiu smiled and said, "Junior brother Li, long time no see." Li Qingshan was slightly surprised and cupped his hands. "I was angry and went a little overboard. Please forgive me, senior brother." Pai Yangqiu waved his hand. How can a man be humiliated by a villain? It's one thing for these fellows to take advantage of others, but now they've learned to betray others. They really don't deserve to be human. Li Qingshan had only met Pai Yangqiu once, and did not expect him to be so reasonable. He thought to himself, as expected, it's easy to meet the king of hell, but difficult to hide from the little ghosts. How was it? Did you enjoy your stay in 100 Herb Garden? Senior sister Ruan is very good to me. Of course, if not, you wouldn't have encountered such trouble. Li Qingshan frowned. It was indeed that Shen Yushu. He's just a villain not worth mentioning. I think your troubles are not over yet. Do you need my help? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Why are you so concerned about me, senior brother? Do you know how many ascended disciples there are in Myriad Phenomenon sect? Many, a few thousand. Among them, you have the highest chance of becoming a successor disciple. Besides, Pai Yangqiu smiled. I don't want these small matters to affect you and make Le Tian too proud. Li Qingshan said seriously, that's true. Pai Yangqiu was stunned. Ha, you're not humble at all. Li Qingshan smiled. Since that's the case, why bother? I believe in senior brother's judgment. However, that Shen Yushu is from 100 Herb Garden after all, so you don't have to do anything for now. That's good too. Pai Yangqiu said with a smile. My judgment is not bad. Lu Tian would not give 1,000 jade lots to just anyone. You've already met Spirit Venerable Gui Hai and chosen your heavenly book, right? I've already started cultivating it. It's called the Heavenly Book of Freedom. Zai. It was indeed the Heavenly Book. Pai Yangqiu clapped his hands and sighed. The path of the Great Free Sky Devil? His gaze turned serious. Actually, I'm very curious. Why did the Spirit Supremacy summon you? This. Can I not answer? Pai Yangqiu smiled and said, that's fine too. I'll pick a good cave residence for you. Or a very bad cave abode. This. I'm just kidding, but I'm really too curious. I simply can't figure it out. The Spirit Sovereign has always been engrossed in reading books, and doesn't like worldly affairs. Even I, the successor disciple, am rarely summoned. He had never even been summoned before. You've just entered the sect, and your cultivation isn't that high. What's so special about you? Pai Yangqiu circled around Li Qingshan, as if trying to see into his heart. The successor disciples valued Li Qingshan because of Li Qingshan's performance at the Essence Magnet Mountain, as well as his chance of becoming a successor disciple. However, this reason alone wasn't enough for the Spirit Sovereign to summon him. Even if he really became a successor disciple, the Spirit Sovereign might not like him. Li Qingshan thought, Senior Brother Pai's interest in me probably has something to do with this. He thought for a moment. I can tell you, but the cave abode. Pai Yongqiu patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." The Black Rabbit and the eldest senior sister in his sleeve also pricked up their ears. With the spirit sovereign's status in the Myriad Phenomenon sect, even if he was a shut-in, his every move was enough to attract the attention of the successor disciples. Li Qingshan said, "The spirit sovereign wants me to leave the Myriad Phenomenon sect." Pai Yongqiu was stunned. The Black Rabbit blinked. The eldest senior sister slowly swallowed her wine, extremely curious. "Why? I'm not sure. I think he thinks I'm a threat to the Myriad Phenomenon sect." Pai Yongqiu swallowed. A threat? He even suspected that Li Qingshan was lying. However, even a lie wasn't that ridiculous. It was because it was so ridiculous that it was inexplicably believable. However, the Myriad Phenomenon sect was a colossus. How could a mere nascent soul cultivator threaten it? However, he didn't dare to question the spirit sovereign's judgment. In the entire Myriad Phenomenon sect, apart from the mysterious Tianshu elder, no one would dare to claim to be first in terms of divination if he claimed to be second. Then how did you stay? Since it's a threat, it's more reassuring to stay under one's nose. Li Qingshan gave a vague answer. After all, the real content of the conversation was too shocking. If not for an absolutely rational existence like the spirit sovereign, it would have sounded like a threat to an outsider. "If you don't let me stay, I'll definitely come back for revenge in the future." Pai Yongqiu heard the insincerity in his words and looked at Li Qingshan meaningfully. Whether he was seen as a threat by the spirit sovereign or persuaded to change the spirit sovereign's mind, both were inconceivable. What kind of background and future did he have? "I understand. I know what to choose." "Choose what?" Pai Yongqiu smiled. "Which side to bet on, of course. Your bet with Lu Tian has already spread among the core disciples. Lu Tian set up a new bet and dragged many people into it. I'm one of them." He patted Li Qingshan's shoulder with a serious expression. "That's a huge bet. Don't disappoint me." Li Qingshan was speechless. He cursed Lu Tian in his heart. "So I'm still that dark horse?" Pai Yongqiu said, "Since he bet on you to win, it means he believes you can become a core disciple on par with us. How can he just treat you as a dark horse? Even a dark horse is better than an inferior horse that no one cares about, or even a stray dog by the side of the road. And don't worry, I'll help you." "How?" "For example, a very good cave abode within the Myriad Phenomenon sect's laws. For example, the risks and opportunities in the Heavenly Book of Freedom that you're cultivating now." Li Qingshan asked. "What risks and opportunities?" "You're the first to cultivate the Heavenly Book of Freedom, so there's no need to mention the risks. However, if you open up a dangerous path and record your cultivation experience and lessons to the heavens, you'll be able to obtain many contribution points and bookmarks. That's where the opportunities lie." "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Li Qingshan came to a realization. To the Myriad Phenomena sect and Spirit Venerable Sea return, he was basically the first test subject of this heavenly writing. He possessed very high research value. Perhaps they would even organize the heavenly writing of freedom according to the results of their experiments, and future cultivators could learn from him. Perhaps they would even specially spend a bookmark to purchase the learning materials. It seemed like being a dark horse was not without its benefits, but the problem was, "Senior brother, are there many who bet on me losing? What do you think?" Pai Yongqiu smiled. Only a lunatic would bet on him winning if they did not obtain first-hand materials. Even if they had seen Li Qingshan's performance in the Essence Magnet Mountain with their own eyes, they would only dare to place a bet after confirming it repeatedly. Li Qingshan asked again, "Then, will they deal with me like Shun Yishu?" Pai Yongqiu said seriously, "Junior brotherly, what kind of people do you think we true disciples are?" Just when Li Qingshan stopped worrying, he heard him continue. "Even 100 Shun Yishu wouldn't be a match for you if any of the direct disciples wanted to deal with you, let alone a group of direct disciples." Li Qingshan felt a toothache. Pai Yongqiu smiled. "But don't be afraid. I'll protect you," Li Qingshan said. "I'm afraid you won't be able to fight against so many." Pai Yongqiu hugged Li Qingshan's shoulder affectionately. "Don't worry. They think you'll definitely lose, and won't be in a hurry to make a move. We'll win by surprise. Li Qingshan was even more speechless. It was unreliable to expect the enemy to be careless. Senior brother, something happened. At that moment, an inner disciple rushed over. He looked at Li Qingshan in surprise before bowing to Pai Yangqiu. What happened? Senior Ao Xian broke into the Dragon Pool Cavern. Li Qingshan's expression changed, and his pupils shrank. Could it be that what he feared was coming true? Pai Yangqiu glanced at Li Qingshan, but he did not seem surprised at all. Sure enough, that wretched dragon can't wait any longer. Hee. If our first senior brother Lin still doesn't return, his Xianming dwelling will belong to the Myriad Phenomena sect. Senior brother Lin failed. If reincarnation was so easy, the world would be full of immortals. The heavenly Tao has its own tribulations to break this wishful thinking. Pai Yangqiu seemed to be disdainful, but also seemed to be sighing. Li Qingshan had already regained his composure, and was even calmer than usual. He asked, Senior brother Pai, if the Xianming cavern is taken back, can I buy it? Chapter 14:13. You want to buy the Xianming cave mansion? Pai Yangqiu raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Qingshan with interest. That sounds like a good cave mansion. Li Qingshan also smiled. Pai Yangqiu said with a smile that was not a smile. Yes, how can eldest Xixiang's cave mansion not be good? Not only is the spiritual energy rich, and the scenery is magnificent, it also comes with eldest Xixiang's life savings, and a true dragon mount. Li Qingshan said. That would probably require a lot of bookmarks. No, this cave mansion is not only beautiful but also cheap. Then why? Pai Yangqiu's smile disappeared. Do you want to slay a dragon? Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders and did not answer. This Xianming cave mansion was like a dragon's nest in a knight's novel. But his goal was not the princess or treasure. He silently said in his heart, if you dare to hurt even a hair on them, I will definitely kill you. Pai Yangqiu said. What a young generation full of vigor. It makes me feel that time is tight, and I need to cultivate more. Let's not talk nonsense. Here are a few suitable cave mansions. You can choose one. Senior Xixiang, please exchange it for bookmarks first. Li Qingshan thought about it. If the situation changed, he must get the right to slay a dragon. Pai Yangqiu was surprised. What, you really want to buy the Xianming cave mansion? Although it is cheap, it is not something you can afford now. Li Qingshan thought about it, and a light flashed in his mind. I can pay in installments. Installments? Pai Yangqiu frowned, and immediately understood the meaning of this word. He looked at Li Qingshan with a strange expression. Does the Sky Mansion department not have this service? I can make a down payment, and then pay the debt monthly or annually, for example 50 years. If I pay the debt, not only will the Sky Mansion department sell the cave mansion, but they will also get a sum of interest. If I can't pay the debt, they can take the cave mansion back. Anyway, the cave mansion can't run away. It is a sure profit. Pai Yangqiu pinched his chin and thought. Very interesting idea. It reminds me of Letian. Did you think of this? In his opinion, Li Qingshan still belonged to the school of battle, which was courageous and diligent, just like the two fake first senior brothers and first senior sisters. Although they were hard and easy to break, they had to face a tribulation that could truly break them. They would be able to break through everything and move forward bravely. They really didn't seem like people who could come up with such an idea. Li Qingshan continued. If it is popularized, many cultivators will be able to afford cave abodes, and cave abodes will become even more in demand. If the price continues to rise, you can turn them all into house slaves, oh no, mansion slaves, who would dare to disobey the orders of the Department of Abundance. Pai Yangqiu's eyes lit up. Slave, that's too unpleasant to hear. But I like the last part. If it was just you, the Sanctum Sanctorum could still handle it. If he wanted to promote it to the entire Myriad Nature sect, it was necessary to have a large number of bookmarks as a foundation. It's a pity that the financial power of the Myriad Nature sect isn't in my hands. And I need Letian's cooperation. Why don't we go and meet him together? Li Qingshan thought. No wonder Letian could lend me 1,000 blue jade bookmarks and set up a 30-year bet. But The myriad nature sect unexpectedly gave the financial power to a gambler. It's crazy. Many inherited disciples also thought so. But this was the result of the spiritual venerable's deduction. I think it's because for people like us, bookmarks are just a symbol of resources. And resources are just tools for cultivation. Only Letian would be so interested in accumulating bookmarks. Li Qingshan suddenly had a feeling that this sentence made sense. Because it was very common for ordinary people to pursue wealth, and it was very rare for cultivators at this level, as long as they could get enough resources for their cultivation. If Letian wasn't addicted to gambling, he wouldn't be interested in doing this. But I'm not a noble inherited disciple like you. The more resources I have, the better. The mysterious underworld cave is a great opportunity. But senior brother Pai, I'm not friends with Letian. Pai Yongqiu was surprised. I've only met one disciple who can say this so calmly. But don't worry, he respects his gambling friends more than his friends. If it's you, he will definitely give you the bookmarks. Why? Do you know what his second hobby is? Loan sharks. Li Qingshan was speechless. The fact that the owner of a casino liked to loan sharks was so reasonable that he didn't know what to say. In the last bet, you got 1,000 bookmarks for nothing. He must be very unhappy. Now that the opportunity is here, he won't let it go. Besides, this is another crazy bet. Really? Pai Yongqiu looked at Li Qingshan with a, I don't know what to say about you expression, and said sincerely, Junior brother, you probably won't get anything in the mysterious underworld cave. Senior brother Pai, then why do you want me to gamble? Didn't you say you would protect me? If you can take down the mysterious underworld cave, your chances of winning the bet with Letian will greatly increase, which also means my chances of winning will greatly increase. If you can't, it'll just be a terrible debt. Pai Yongqiu smiled. Don't worry, I'll help you push this debt to 30 years later. Li Qingshan understood. If he couldn't take down the mysterious underworld cave, even if he became a legacy disciple 30 years later, he would still have to pay Letian a large number of bookmarks, maybe even more than 2,000. So Letian would very likely accept this proposal. Pai Yongqiu, on the other hand, would definitely make a profit. Anyway, he couldn't afford the mortgage, and the cave still had to be taken back, so it didn't hurt him at all. However, it would increase his chances of winning in the bet with the other legacy disciples. Junior brotherly, aren't you angry? Pai Yongqiu asked. It was hard for him to say it so directly. Senior brother Pai, why would I be angry? 30 years later, hee. Loan sharks, hee. Pai Yongqiu praised. Good, I like this personality. Calling me senior brother Pai is too distant, just call me Pai Pai from now on. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. Pai Yongqiu laughed. I'm just joking. He grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder, turned around, and arrived at the archway of chaotic place. All that was left was the disciple who had come to report his work. He muttered to himself, just what is this Li Qingshan's background? Ao Xian slowly turned around, staring at Luo Ho Xiaoming in the endless darkness. Rahu's celestial race? Who are you? Luo Ho Xiaoming said proudly, you don't deserve to know my name. Good, very good. I haven't felt such pain in a long time. I'll let you know. This is not the Azura realm. Ao Xian's body shrunk, turning into a handsome man with golden eyes, black clothes, and a dignified appearance. He gently touched his cheek, and 2 dazzling golden lights shot out from his eyes, staring at Luo Ho Xiaoming's endless dark eyes. Light and shadow faced each other, light and dark intertwined. The air twisted and exploded, creating a series of explosions, and strong winds surged like waves. Luo Ho Xiaoming's long hair fluttered in the wind, his hands spread out into the endless darkness. Almost at the same time, the golden eyes dragon broke through the air in a flash, dragging a golden light, and punched. Gu Yinying unfurled her wings and soared through the endless sky and land of the human realm. She was no longer constrained by the narrowness of the 9 provinces. The freedom to her heart's content overwhelmed all fear and worry. Everyone gazed at her figure from afar. Suddenly she looked back, only to see darkness envelop their figures at the same time. An indescribable pride rushed out of her heart. "Evil dragon, if you dare to kill him, I will kill 500 true dragons, including you." This sentence was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the endless void and even the darkness, shooting into Aoxian's consciousness, and his expression changed slightly. Little An blinked and looked at Gu Yinying strangely. Gu Yinying blushed slightly and smiled. "Why, only men like them are allowed to act like heroes, but I'm not allowed to boast." Little An said, "Yes." Gu Yinying looked at the sky, and no longer looked back. Since he was the Kuanpeng, there was no need for Qing Shan to do anything. After some time, several golden lights sliced through the darkness, but they were torn apart by the golden dragon claws, falling from the sky, and merged into the darkness. Aoxian stood under the starry sky. His black clothes were slightly damaged, and he spat out a dragon tooth, holding it tightly in his hand, and the other turned into a ferocious dragon claw, grabbing Luo Ho Xiaoming. He looked at the direction where the Kuanping disappeared for a long time, thinking about something, and flew down after a while. Boom! The stone door was broken into pieces, and Aoxian retracted his fist, breaking into the dragon pool cave, and silently patrolling the area. There was no one inside. The altar had been destroyed by the divine punishment, and there was no sign of the climbing vine. Why would a Rahu god clan appear in the 9 states? And with the inheritor of the great sage of chaotic heavens, and the exquisite white bones on the back of the Kuanpeng, could it be the inheritor of the white bone bodhisattva? All these clues contained a message that made him shudder. Could it be that a great change was about to happen again? No, it can't be. The great sages were all suppressed. He did not want to think anymore, and looked at the Rahu in his hand, feeling that it was a bit tricky. Chapter 14:14. This kid doesn't need me to look after him. It's a bit troublesome for me to deal with him now. The eldest martial sister muttered unhappily. This guy, who was summoned twice by spirit sage Gui Hai and valued by 2 direct disciples, was actually Lu Tian's gambling friend. If she wanted to kill him, Lu Tian would probably be the first to disagree. If Li Qingshan died, who would collect his gambling debts from? It would be the same as losing 1,000 green jade lots for nothing. Not to mention that Ruan Yaozhu wouldn't forgive her for at least 100 years. Spirit sage Gui Hai would know that she killed her fellow disciples, and Pai Yangqiu would definitely pull out that damned fake eldest martial brother. Even if she was the true eldest martial sister, she couldn't do whatever she wanted to this extent. A little nascent soul cultivator with no background, who had just entered the myriad phenomenon sect, had unknowingly become entangled with so many connections. It looked like he was in a dangerous situation, but no one could touch him. This kind of situation had never happened before. Was it luck? No, it was the result of risking her life. She wasn't unfamiliar with this path. As long as the hardships weren't enough to break her edge, she could cut through everything and move forward bravely. She stretched her arms, stretching her strong body like a cheetah, and faintly said, "Ah, I really want to kill people. It's good to watch people get killed. And it would be best if someone came to kill me. Ha, got it." She jumped up and nimbly walked to the door, kicking it open. Sunlight poured into the room. Under the blood-red sky, she stood on a high balcony. Beneath her feet was a precipitous cliff, and in front of her was a vast and spacious arena. Countless people were fighting and killing each other. The light of magic treasures and the radiance of spells rose and fell one after another. But it made her lose interest. The main thing here was training, not fighting. If someone died, it would be her responsibility. The myriad phenomenon sect wasn't a demonic sect that raised poisonous insects. But there was one exception, and that was duels. When the conflict between fellow disciples was too big to be resolved, forcefully suppressing it would only cause more internal friction. So the most primitive method was used to solve it. Her expression was slightly cold. "Li Qingshan, at this point, I really have to face the threat you pose to Yaozhu." At the same time, in Chaotic Life Square, when Pai Yangqiu stated his intentions, Lu Tian closed his eyes and swirled his wine glass in thought. Li Qingshan sniffed and pretended not to care, as he picked up the exquisite golden wine pot on the table. He poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was much better than the wine he bought. Because of that damned rabbit, he hadn't had his fill at all. His appetite had just been whetted. Then he poured another glass, a second glass, a third glass. The capacity of this wine pot was definitely not smaller than his iron gourd. Unfortunately, it was a buffet. They could only eat, not bring. He could only seize the time to drink a few more cups of wine. The golden-haired beauty standing behind Lution couldn't help but glare at Li Qingshan fiercely. A disciple who had just arrived actually had no sense of propriety. If he wasn't brought here by Pai Yangqiu, she would have thrown him out immediately. Li Qingshan acted as if there was no one else around him, and was intoxicated by the wine. Lu Tian's right eye opened a slit, and looked at Li Qingshan from the corner of his eye. What you mean is that you still want to borrow a sum of money from me to help you buy the profound underworld cave, so that you can speed up your cultivation? Li Qingshan raised his cup in a toast. Don't worry. Maybe I'll be eaten by a dragon. That way, you can win without a fight. Lu Tian said. Then who's going to pay my gambling debt? Li Qingshan spread his hands with an expression that said, How would I know? Then I'll lose 1,000 green jade lots when I win one round. Li Qingshan gulped down a mouthful of wine. So you're blaming me now? Lu Tian was so angry that he laughed. He regretted betting with this kid in the first place. If he wanted to win back the 2,000 green jade lots, he had to at least guarantee that Ao Xian could repay the debt. In other words, he had to protect Ao Xian from being killed by someone. Pai Yangqiu laughed. If Ao Xian wants to take over the profound underworld cave, he definitely won't kill a myriad appearance sect disciple. Moreover, I've never heard of him being interested in human flesh. I can give it a try. Lu Tian also stopped smiling. This was not just about one or two bets, but a major event that affected the entire myriad appearance sect. Pai Yangqiu raised his cup. Then let the people below discuss it. Lu Tian looked at the empty wine cup and sighed. Hey, refill my cup. Li Qingshan quickly refilled Lu Tian's cup. The wine is not bad. He refilled his cup again, and clinked it with his two senior brothers. Just as he was about to finish it, his left hand suddenly trembled, and he almost spilled the wine. He felt that his wrist had been bitten. Needless to say, it was that damned rabbit again. However, Li Qingshan was in a good mood. It was not because he had gotten the mortgage, but because Little Ant and the others did not seem to be in mortal danger. Otherwise, the three of them were closely related to him. If something happened to them, he would have a strong sense of danger. Since he didn't sense anything, it meant that he had passed this trial, which made him heave a huge sigh of relief. Forget it. Since you're my drinking buddy, I'll treat you to another cup. Just one cup. This is not my cup of wine. Li Qingshan sent a telepathic message to Ao Xian, as he stuffed the wine cup into his sleeve. Sure enough, Ao Xian drank it all in one go. All right, now you're satisfied. If you keep messing around, I won't forgive you. I'll skin you alive. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu looked at each other, not knowing what he was doing. Li Qingshan poured another cup for himself. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, he felt another sharp pain in his wrist. This time, it was more intense than before. The wine spilled all over his face. His eyes twitched. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He pulled the black rabbit out of his sleeve and said angrily, That's enough. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu were shocked. They suspected that they were seeing things. The three-legged golden toad lying in the corner of the room subconsciously shrank back. Pai Yangqiu said, Junior brother, this is? Sorry to make senior brother laugh. I picked this up on the road. I was about to bring it back as a dish. Before he finished speaking, a pair of rabbit legs kicked his face. Boom! Li Qingshan smashed through the wall and flew across the sky of Wanxiang City. He crashed through several buildings and landed heavily on the ground. The black rabbit hugged the falling wine pot and gently jumped onto the table. He directly drank the wine from the pot and drank it all. It was treating Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu like they were nothing. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu were convinced. However, they were even more puzzled. How could eldest senior sister's black fur roar be in this kid's sleeve? The wind howled. Li Qingshan flew through the air and returned to the room. He pointed at the black rabbit and shouted, What are you? Pai Yangqiu said, Junior brother, this is eldest senior sister's black fur sky-gazing roar. What bullshit eldest senior sister? Letian was shocked too. He gave Li Qingshan a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. The one behind you. Chapter 14:16. A terrifying aura drowned him like a raging wave. It wasn't just power, but also a bloody killing intent. He was like a small boat in a storm, without any power to resist. Li Qingshan looked at this wild woman who came out of nowhere, and was stunned. A distant memory came rushing back, that familiar name. The woman he once wanted to marry. Chao Tianjiao thought he was scared silly, and thought disdainfully. I only revealed a little bit of my aura. It's nothing much. These smelly men all pretend to be people. But when it comes to a disaster, not many of them are decent. No, it's not the same. It's just that their auras are similar. Li Qingshan sighed in his heart. Since he came this far, if he took a step back now, he would be letting down all of her sincerity. Under Chao Tianjiao's surprised gaze, he grinned and said word by word. What? Dog. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense. With every word he spat out, Chao Tianjiao's aura inconceivably rose again. Lu Tian interrupted and covered Li Qingshan's mouth. Shiji, why are you here? He glared at Li Qingshan. Speak less or you'll die. Chao Tianjiao angrily roared. Let go of me, let him finish. Pai Yongqiu rolled his eyes and smiled. Shiji, how are you going to explain this to Ruan Shimi? Black-haired He wouldn't appear in Li Qingshan's sleeve for no reason. It must have been ordered by Chao Tianjiao. And in the entire Wanxiang sect, there weren't many people who could order her around, and coincidentally, Ruan Yaozhu was one of them. Hearing this, Chao Tianjiao took a deep breath, and slowly let go of Li Qingshan's sleeve. Brat, I've arranged a duel for you. It can't be with you, right? Then I'll turn it down. Li Qingshan tidied up his clothes emotionlessly. Coward. With a serious expression, Li Qingshan cupped his fists and said, Senior sister, you are not inferior to men. You are heroic and brave. You are my role model. When I get back, I'll find a foundation establishment cultivator and teach him a lesson. I'll let him have a taste of senior sister Wanxiang's might. Lu Tian and Pai Yongqiu could not help but smile. Chao Tianjiao widened her eyes and took a step forward. She was about to go berserk. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, and the black rabbit landed on her head. The three-petaled mouth wriggled, as if it was trying to say something. Chao Tianjiao restrained her anger. Li Qingshan, Chen Yushu is waiting for you at the Black Tortoise Arena to fight to the death with you. Do you dare to come? This battle was also very unfair. Li Qingshan thought he would refuse again, but Li Qingshan said in surprise, he still dares to come? Chao Tianjiao was rendered speechless. Was this something a nascent soul cultivator should say to a deification cultivator? All right. Then come. You're just relying on an Azura divine weapon. I'll teach you a lesson later. With a boom, she tore through the air and left as suddenly as she came. Li Qingshan asked in bafflement. This is the senior sister of Wanxiang sect? Pai Yongqiu sighed. Yes and no. What do you mean? Whether it's senior brother or senior sister, there will always be only one Wanxiang sect. They stand at the top of all disciples. Even direct disciples have to listen to their orders. This is because the two sect masters often follow the grand sect master to walk the 9 heavens. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai has never cared about worldly affairs. Most of the time, senior brother or senior sister is the actual sect master of the entire Wanxiang sect. They are elected by all the disciples in the sect. They are called the number 1 disciple every 100 years. This generation is senior brother Lin Xian. Li Qingshan seemed to understand something. To the 2 human immortal sect masters, their own cultivation was definitely the most important. They would not waste time dealing with these trivial matters. The entire Wanxiang sect was in an autonomous state with direct disciples as the core. Someone had to manage it. However, although senior brother held great power, his cultivation was limited. He naturally did not have the authority of the sect master. Furthermore, he had to rotate. Pai Yongqiu said, that's right. However, senior brother Lin Xian has reincarnated and hasn't reached the 100-year mark. This position is empty. Currently, there are 2 direct disciples who have the highest hopes of inheriting this position. Basically, no other direct disciples can compete with them. Therefore, they are now called senior brother and senior sister. It seems very powerful. Let's put it this way. In a head-on battle, no direct disciple is a match for them. Lu Tian laughed. Or rather, if the 2 of them join forces, all the other direct disciples combined won't be a match for them. Of course, it's impossible for them to join forces. Li Qingshan was also shocked. No wonder he felt such a strong sense of oppression. This was the human emperor of human emperors. He was not someone that Chuelong could compare to. How did I offend her? Probably because junior sister Ruan asked her to look after you. She was the one who personally brought junior sister Ruan to Wanxiang sect. Li Qingshan immediately understood. He sighed. You can't blame others. It's all because of your great charm. Lu Tian smiled. Since you don't care about your life or face, you will definitely become a great person. Thank you for the compliment. That Shen Yushu has long become a nascent soul or soul formation cultivator. He is only 1 step away from passing the 5th heavenly tribulation. He is one of the most promising disciples in the sect to become a direct disciple. I'm afraid you're not his match. I'm really worried about my bet. Just admit defeat. This was the most natural judgment in the cultivation world. Even if there was a difference in cultivation techniques, and whether one was good at fighting, the difference of a whole realm was a huge gap that was absolutely difficult to make up for. Moreover, the higher the realm, the greater the gap. Even though he had seen Li Qingshan's performance in the Yuanxi mountain, he did not have any hope. Li Qingshan smiled. Do you want to make a bet? Of course, I bet that you will win. Li Qingshan was stunned. Hehe, you're my dark horse. Shen Yushu stood in the middle of a large swamp, still somewhat unable to believe his luck. This was practically the most suitable place in the Black Tortoise Arena to circulate the heavenly book of nature and cast spells. Moreover, he could openly kill his enemies here. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Li Qingshan in the distance. Although he did not understand why his senior sister had arranged this, he would absolutely not let go of this opportunity. At such a distance, that brat would no longer have any chance to sneak attack him. He would attack with all his strength right from the start, and strangle him in the grass and trees. Chao Tianjiao, Pai Yangqiu, and Lu Tian stood on a cliff watching the battle from afar. Lu Tian smiled, and said something to Chao Tianjiao. Chao Tianjiao immediately agreed, and began a new round of bets. Pai Yangqiu hesitated at the side, and decided not to provoke this tigress. It was not fun to be hated by her. With a relaxed expression, Li Qingshan suddenly faced the cliff and asked in a clear voice, Everyone, do you know what it means to be strong? Although everyone's eyes were only on Chao Tianjiao sneered. What is strong? Chapter 14:17. Chao Tianjiao's eyes brightened as she muttered, When the strong are angry, they draw their swords against the stronger ones. When the weak are angry, they draw their swords against the weaker ones. Well said. Put down the sword. Li Qingshan was stunned. Chao Tianjiao's face was full of ridicule. To use this kind of weapon in a fight between fellow disciples, could it be that you want to kill someone? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. But you said it was a life and death duel. Did I say that? Chao Tianjiao looked left and right at Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu. They cooperated and said, No. Chao Tianjiao stepped on the railing and stared at Li Qingshan. Brat, this is my territory, the rules are set by me. I want to see if you still dare to be so arrogant, without someone to rely on. Fine. Li Qingshan put away his sword and turned to face Shen Yushu, asking in a clear voice, Does everyone know what it means to be a strong person? Shen Yushu felt some regret in his heart that he could not kill Li Qingshan here. But thinking that if he killed Li Qingshan, it would definitely anger Wan Yaozhu. So he was not in a hurry. Wait until he becomes a true disciple. A disciple who has ascended the hall will be at his mercy. He sneered. Li Qingshan, don't be so savage. The loser will have to leave 100 Herb Garden forever. Li Qingshan ignored him and raised his right arm without turning his head, clenching his iron fist. When the strong are angry, they swing their fists at the stronger ones. When the weak are angry, they swing their fists at the weaker ones. Lu Tian laughed. Pai Yangqiu looked up at the sky, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Chao Tianjiao angrily rebuked. Are you done? Li Qingshan laughed. I'm afraid you won't even be able to use your hands later. But that doesn't matter, this kind of trash, even if he can't use his hands, I will still smash him to death. Shen Yushu gnashed his teeth and said, You're courting death. Pointing his finger downwards he drew. Prison drawing. One after another, towering trees rose from the ground, twisting and intertwining like dragons and snakes, wrapping around Shen Yushu. The grayish-brown tree bark shone with a metallic luster. It was like an unbreakable steel fortress, and it was still growing, becoming incomparably strong as it occupied the great swamp. This was originally a spell to trap the enemy, but he used it to protect himself. With the experience of the previous failure, he had to make sure nothing went wrong this time. He didn't want to reveal any flaws and establish himself in an invincible position. Anyone who wanted to touch him would first have to destroy this iron fortress, but he could constantly urge the giant tree to grow. Even a human emperor with a young spirit would have to put in a lot of effort if he couldn't use magic treasures. This Chen Yushu is really a coward. Chao Tianjiao furrowed her brows. To be so cautious when dealing with a nascent soul cultivator, even she felt ashamed. It was a stark contrast to Li Qingshan's arrogance. But she also felt relieved, dispelling that trace of uneasiness. Alas, this isn't good. Pai Yangqiu sighed. If he had that Azura divine weapon, it would be better. But now even he couldn't figure out how Li Qingshan could break through Shen Yushu's defense. Glancing at Lu Tian, he said, I really don't know where you get the confidence to bet with me. Lu Tian stared at Li Qingshan, his eyes shining. I don't have confidence. I just believe in him. Come, my dark horse, let me see how you can win. Chao Tianjiao unhappily discovered that there was a trace of uncertainty in his heart. Could it be that he can really win? No. Impossible. Even I couldn't solve this kind of situation back then. Wan Yaozhu cultivated the natural heavenly book, so she understood it very well. To a certain extent, this heavenly book could actually restrain people with strong physiques like her. The plants grew endlessly and contained endless power of nature. It was not only a solid defense, but also a natural trap that combined defense with offense. If Li Qingshan wanted to get close to Shen Yushu, he would be walking into a trap. Instead, he would be walking into a trap and would definitely lose. So Li Qingshan didn't move, stood with his hands crossed and said mockingly, So you are so afraid of me? Then I will let you have 3 moves. This is the first move, you might as well put in a bit more effort. Chao Tianjiao frowned. What does he want to do? Why not take advantage of the weak defense to fight for that slim chance of victory? And he even said, let you have 3 moves. Does he really not want to win? If it was a real life and death battle, this kind of defense was very stupid. As long as Li Qingshan didn't care, then Shen Yushu would really become a real prison. But this was a duel, and the battlefield was just this swamp. The most frightening thing about the natural heavenly book was, as long as there was enough time to use spells to stimulate the plants, they would become stronger and stronger, and there were countless changes. Then let me have it. Shen Yushu sneered, and indeed continued to strengthen the defense. After a full quarter of an hour, the steel fortress expanded several times, occupying 1/10 of the swamp area. And as expected, Li Qingshan stood in place and watched, not even blinking. This kind of duel was extremely rare in the Black Tortoise arena. Chao Tianjiao said, "Humph, a coward and idiot." Shen Yushu was completely prepared, and without any nonsense he shouted, "Een Soul Projection." The Een Soul soared into the sky, its dark green eyes staring at Li Qingshan, opened its arms and slowly raised its palms. The calm surface of the swamp suddenly boiled, and giant trees grew and rolled in the muddy water, like thousands of giant snakes wriggling, filling the entire swamp. Determined not to give Li Qingshan any chance, he used his Een Soul cultivation to suppress him. Displaying the strongest point of the natural heavenly book, he forced Li Qingshan into a desperate situation step by step, and at the same time enjoyed his expression of despair. But to his disappointment, Li Qingshan said without a change in expression, "Second move." "Good, very good." Shen Yushu was so angry that he laughed, and continued to activate the natural heavenly book, growing giant trees one after another. In a moment, the swamp turned into a primitive forest, as if it had grown for 10,000 years, and the crisscrossing branches blocked off the entire sky. Chao Tianjiao said, "There's no need to look anymore. He's definitely going to lose." "TSK, I thought you had some ability, so it's just a bluff." Lu Tian slapped the railing and shouted fanatically, "No, my dark horse will not lose." Shen Yushu shouted angrily, "Die." The Yin soul shot out countless rays of dark green light, and in an instant, all his resentment and anger exploded. The boundless giant trees all fell towards Li Qingshan, as if a landslide or a tsunami, drowning him in an instant. Like a giant net that suddenly tightened, layer by layer tightly wrapped around him, the huge force it contained made his bones creak. If not for the incomparably strong body of the gods and devils, he would have been crushed into fine powder. Li Qingshan shouted in panic, I can't take it anymore." Chao Tianjiao could not bear to watch, and turned her head away. Even though he won the bet, he was not happy. It was really too shameful. How could there be such a shameless man? Thinking of the little unease she felt just now, she felt even more shameful. She was actually almost fooled by this bastard. She really wanted to kill him. But forget it. She just needed to teach him a lesson. For this kind of trash, there was no need to anger the bamboo. She was about to intervene and save him. Chapter 14:18. However, Li Qingshan was not Shen Yushu's match, and he was well aware of it. If they were to engage in a bloody battle in the wilderness, the one who would survive would definitely be him. However, in this black tortoise arena, all the advantages that were beneficial to him were stripped away. Firstly, under the gazes of the three direct disciples, he was unable to use his innate divine ability. This was the human path, and not the demonic beast path. Demons could only exist as mounts, and even Spirit Venerable Guihai was no exception. Furthermore, there was no room for maneuver here, and most of his combat experience became useless. Secondly, Shen Yushu had learned his lesson from last time, and was fully prepared. He could no longer scheme against an unprepared opponent. It was impossible for him to tear apart the steel fortress formed by the giant tree with just his strong physique. The Qilin transformation could control plants to a certain extent, but it definitely did not include the spells cast by the enemy, at least not yet. In the end, that woman Chao Tianjiao was indeed a seasoned veteran. Taking away his doomsday wildflower saber was like pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron. She had pulled out his claws and teeth, forcing him into an extremely awkward situation. If he could still easily defeat a Yin spirit cultivator, who was about to cross the fifth heavenly tribulation in such a disadvantageous situation, then the cultivation path did not matter about the difference in realms. Yes, Chao Tianjiao's prediction was right. The so-called letting you make 3 moves was just a bluff, because it was useless to reason with her. Just as she said, this was her territory, and she could suppress and bully you. What would you do? Panicking out of fear? Feel indignant? Don't joke around. Fear and anger would only cause you to lose faster and more miserably. Therefore, he might as well scare his opponent first, stall for some time, and then find a countermeasure. A thought flashed in his mind. Other than the 9 transformations of demons and gods, I seem to have a heavenly book of freedom. When Shen Yushu shouted Yin spirit leaving body, he silently chanted at the same time, nascent soul leaving body. When Shen Yushu's Yin spirit flew into the sky, a lively little Li Qingshan burrowed into the ground beneath his feet. When Li Qingshan said the words "it's my turn," he drilled into Shen Yushu's corporeal body. Shen Yushu's heart was filled with ruthlessness as he urged the giant tree with all his strength. He wanted to strangle Li Qingshan to death. Even if I can't kill you, I can destroy your body. Leaving behind a nascent soul is enough. With a loud bang, thousands of giant trees trembled violently, their branches and leaves withered and fell. The nascent soul contained a destructive power that directly turned his body, which was not very strong, into ashes. What did you do? Shen Yushu's expression changed greatly. In that instant, it was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk in. He had lost control of everything, and a myriad of emotions uncontrollably flowed out. His Yin spirit began to twist and contort. Chao Tianjiao's eyes widened in shock. Pai Yongqiu said in astonishment. Shen Yushu's corporeal body was destroyed. But how did he do it? Lu Tian said. Hey, my dark horse is omnipotent. You have to protect your corporeal body well. Li Qingshan took the opportunity to break free from the giant tree and used his pinky to pick his ear. The nascent soul is really useful. I don't even need to use my fists. Chao Tianjiao said. Impossible. After the nascent soul leaves the body, how can he still control the corporeal body? The nascent soul was very fragile. No nascent soul cultivator would easily let the nascent soul leave the body. Moreover, after leaving the body, the corporeal body would lose control. What was even more inconceivable was Shen Yushu's prison of drawing ground did not only rely on the sturdiness of the wood, it was similar to a formation barrier. Even a Yin spirit would not be able to easily break through it, not to mention a mere nascent soul. Pai Yongqiu muttered. He is the first person to cultivate the unfettered heavenly book. There must be a mystery that we don't know about. He also had some doubts in his heart. Although every scroll of the unfettered heavenly book was mysterious and profound, he was only a nascent soul cultivator. However, Li Qingshan was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Even if his nascent soul was destroyed, he could still run and jump. Those who cultivated the unfettered heavenly tome were good at escaping techniques. Not only did those huge trees not become an obstacle, but they also became the medium for nascent soul to cast the wood escape art. He followed the vines to find the melon and went straight to the root of the problem. Moreover, he had never really learned any escape techniques. Everything was almost instinctive. This was the result of the nascent soul's tempering in the small world within its body, as the Qilin transformation was currently its shortcoming. Therefore, the wood escape was not very strong. It took a lot of time to travel through the giant trees. He would probably be able to do it in a short while. So he deliberately angered Shen Yushu, causing his Yin spirit to leave his body. What a cunning kid! A trace of admiration flashed in Chao Tianjiao's eyes. This kind of method was simply putting one's life on the line. A grand gamble of not succeeding, or dying for a righteous cause. However, he actually behaved so calmly. This kind of courage was really extraordinary. In fact, she still underestimated Li Qingshan. Even if Shen Yushu did not leave his body with his Yin spirit, Li Qingshan could still send his nascent soul over and directly self-destruct. However, that would be harming the enemy by 1,000 and harming himself by 800. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was better not to do so. Shen Yushu's Yin spirit flew back to the center of the iron fortress. It was empty, not even a drop of blood was left behind. In a split second, he felt as if his heart had died, and the light of his Yin spirit became dim. The destruction of the corporeal body was a great loss to a cultivator. The lower the cultivation, the more serious it was. He was in the crucial period of preparing to cross the 5 heavenly tribulations. Now it was all over. At least another 100 years would be needed to make up for it. By that time, perhaps he would have missed the opportunity. Li Qingshan, I will kill you. Shen Yushu let out a hysterical roar. His Yin spirit shone brightly. Under the distortion of his emotions, his voice and face were already close to inhuman. Tens of thousands of giant trees madly danced, and like a raging sea, they smashed towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also felt that it was somewhat troublesome. A hysterical enemy might not be scary, but it was very troublesome. Wanting to completely destroy Shen Yushu's Yin spirit was not that easy. Moreover, he also had to consider Wan Yaozhu's feelings. She probably did not want to see him kill someone. Moreover, the person he killed was a familiar junior brother from the same sect. At this time, a figure swept past him. The ending wildflower saber flew up and fell into that figure's hand. The saber light flashed and cut apart tens of thousands of giant trees. Wood shavings swirled in the air like a snowstorm. Li Qingshan stood in the center of the snowstorm. He felt the wind of the saber whizzing past. Every saber was difficult for him to resist. Enough, victory and defeat have been decided. The scene returned to silence. Li Qingshan looked at Chao Tianjiao's proud and straight back. This was the power of Wan Xiangsek's eldest senior sister. Chao Tianjiao's gaze was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Shen Yushu's distorted and furious spirit recovered a trace of clarity. He said, full of unwillingness, "Eldest senior sister, I haven't lost yet." Chao Tianjiao said, "According to the rules of the duel, if your physical body is destroyed, you lose. Don't you hurry up and calm your mind? Do you want to become a ghost?" Turning around, she handed the ending wildflower saber to Li Qingshan. "You win, the saber is not bad." "Thank you. You shouldn't stay in the 100 herb garden. I will give you a more suitable job and guarantee that you will get more contribution points and bookmarks. In short, I will protect you." Li Qingshan was about to open his mouth to reply when she interrupted. "Think carefully. This is not a suggestion." Chapter 1419. I know I refuse. Li Qingshan quickly recovered from the shock. There were still many big scenes to face in the future, so how could he be frightened by this little trick? Looking at his hand, his 5 fingers opened and clenched again. He was still savoring the profoundness of nascent soul coming out of his body. In the past, the human cultivation technique was just a means to hide his identity. At most it was just icing on the cake. It seemed like this was the first time it really played a decisive role. Shen Yushu's tactics were admittedly very stupid, but it really had the intention of being in an invincible position. Even if Shen Yushu used all his innate divine abilities, he might not be able to break his tortoise shell, but relying on nascent soul, he did it very easily. This was just the initial transformation of the unfettered heavenly book, and if it continued to develop like this, it would definitely not be inferior to any kind of fiend god transformation. Chao Tianjiao questioned, "Why?" Li Qingshan raised his head and smiled. "Probably because I'm tired of fighting and killing." His delicate and pretty face really had that kind of harmless feeling, but none of the true disciples present would believe this kind of nonsense. They could clearly see the fire burning in this man's heart, as if he came to this world to fight and kill. He was supposed to be an Asura, but he accidentally came to the human realm. Chao Tianjiao said, "I'm very suspicious of your purpose." "I know. And I also understand, but I won't obediently follow other people's orders, just because they suspect me. Eldest senior sister, you don't seem to be the kind of person who likes to argue with others. It's just that you can't make a move against me, because we're from the same sect. Actually, I'm also very unhappy with you, but I can't do anything about it. Why don't we make a deal 30 years later? Let's have a duel here, how about it?" Li Qingshan spoke slowly, neither servile nor overbearing. What he said made the faces of the few true disciples present change. Stunned, shocked, overflowing with interest. The bet of 30 years to become a true disciple, between Li Qingshan and Lu Tian, was already inconceivable enough. Just a moment ago, Lu Tian had told him that Chao Tianjiao could easily deal with 8 or 10 true disciples. Chao Tianjiao looked at Li Qingshan from head to toe, but her anger was gone, as if she was looking at some kind of rare creature. "I know you're arrogant, but your arrogance is still beyond my expectations. You want to duel with me? You're not the only one. You can also bring that rabbit with you." Li Qingshan pointed at the black-haired roar that was crouching on the cliff. "You'd better bring that rabbit with you." The black rabbit suddenly pricked up its ears, and its ruby-like eyes flickered. "Huh? Brat, are you crazy?" Chao Tianjiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at Li Qingshan as if he was an idiot. Lu Tian and Pai Yangxiu had the same feeling. They knew that he was bold, but they didn't expect him to be this bold. If they knew that Li Qingshan had threatened Spirit Sovereign Gui high in the sky, they probably wouldn't be so shocked. Li Qingshan suddenly took a step forward and asked with a smile, "Do you dare?" Chao Tianjiao's face sank. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Li Qingshan raised his right palm and asked again, "A life and death duel. Do you dare?" "Pa." Chao Tianjiao angrily slapped his right palm, which could be considered a vow, then turned around and left. Immediately get out of here. Walking out of the Black Tortoise Arena and returning to Wanxiang City, Li Qingshan looked at the bright sunlight and revealed a victorious smile. Chao Tianjiao was completely different from a vile person like Shen Yushu. Even a small bit of malice could bring him huge trouble. To her, it might just be a whim or slight displeasure. Like a child playing with an ant. What was even worse was that he was that ant, and he didn't have any way to deal with it. If he didn't want to be manipulated by her, then he could only fiercely bite her finger and use this kind of intense method to force her to not make things difficult for him for a short period of time. Lu Tian had won another match. However, there was no joy on his face as he solemnly said, "I have to say that I admire your courage, but you will die a horrible death. She is the only person in Wanxiang sect that she can't kill. There is no one that she doesn't dare to kill." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "I am truly grateful that senior brother is so concerned about me. Scoundrel, if you die, who will pay my gambling debt?" Lu Tian hugged his head and roared, "Damn it, I've been tricked by you." Pai Yangqiu sighed and said, "Junior brother, even if you become a true disciple, she might not let you off." Li Qingshan laughed loudly. "I don't need others to let me off. Senior brothers, don't worry. I will first defeat senior brother Lu Tian, then defeat this eldest senior sister. Who knows, I might even become the true eldest senior brother of Wanxiang sect. Therefore, I will have to trouble you two senior brothers to take care of the cave dwelling. I will take my leave now." Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu looked at each other. "Where does your confidence come from?" "Heh, I'm just bragging." Li Qingshan leisurely walked away with his arms as a pillow. "If I can't live with dignity, then I'll die with dignity." Others cultivated to seek longevity, but he insisted on seeking his own death. If a person wasn't even afraid of death, what else would he not dare to say? As a man, he only needed to fight with all his might until the last moment of his life. Failure did not matter, he would only be destroyed. Pai Yangqiu and Lu Tian watched as Li Qingshan's figure disappeared into the rows upon rows of Wanxiang City's streets. Lu Tian suddenly asked, "Will I lose?" Pai Yangqiu blushed. "Didn't you say that the thing that gamblers fear the most is having their confidence shaken? Until the last moment, no one knows what fate has in store for them?" Lu Tian said, "But that damned fate will always create dark horses out of nowhere. I hate dark horses, but this is also the joy of gambling." In the Black Tortoise Arena, Chao Tianjiao muttered to herself, "Rabbit, I really have an urge to kill him in the cradle." The Black Rabbit nodded in agreement. Chao Tianjiao angrily laughed. "Am I that kind of person?" The Black Rabbit nodded again in agreement. "Good, go out of the city and kill him now. Grind his bones and scatter his ashes and destroy all traces." The Black Rabbit looked at her with disdain, then turned his head away, as if saying, "I'm not that kind of person." Chao Tianjiao laughed. "Then let us wait and see. 30 years will pass very quickly. At that time, I will be the real big senior sister of the Wanxiang sect. I will first make him a big joke, then a dead big joke." Stretching his body, he twisted his head left and right. "Okay, the holiday is over. It's time to go to work. I don't know if I can kill a few demon emperors this time. I need to vent my anger. You also want to roar and shout, right?" The Black Rabbit licked his lips in a very human-like manner and nodded. Li Qingshan successfully returned to the herb garden. Wan Yaozhu was pacing back and forth under the Bodhi tree. Seeing him, she sighed in relief and said with a serious expression, "I'm sorry." Li Qingshan laughed. "It's okay. There was no need to say 1,000 words." Wan Yaozhu said, "I brought some dishes to go with wine." Li Qingshan picked up the empty wine gourd and smiled bitterly. "Unfortunately, I don't have any more wine. I'll go buy some." "No need, I've already drunk enough in the city." Thus, Wan Yaozhu brewed tea, and the two sat together, admiring the snowy scenery. They didn't speak much and silently sipped the tea. They had a tacit understanding. This caused the 9-colored deer in the herb cave to feel distressed but helpless. Li Qingshan suddenly put down the teacup. "I'm sorry." "Why?" "Shen Yushu." This topic had to be brought up in the end. He brought it upon himself. "What does it have to do with you?" Li Qingshan said. Don't worry. When spring comes, I will cross the fourth heavenly tribulation. I should be able to handle this kind of work. Spring is coming. Chapter 1420. When the first sprout came out of the snow, the frozen river cracked with a rumble, and the golden leaf Bodhi tree shed a dense drizzle. The rain landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder, and he opened his eyes. The 100-herb garden was already in the midst of spring. The vegetation had endured an entire winter, growing impatiently with a rustling sound. The earth chi was sprouting, and all living things were growing. When all this was reflected in his eyes, a gentle smile appeared on his face. The small world in his body was also full of spring. Naturally, without any reluctance, he cultivated the first layer of the Qilin strategy of longevity. The small world rumbled and shook like a long river, and the speed of its operation began to gradually increase. Li Qingshan stood up. The time was ripe, and it was time to take another step forward. He cupped his hands in the direction of the herb cave. Senior sister, I'm going to go through the tribulation. Wan Yaozhu's gentle voice sounded in his ears. You can stay here. Thanks, but it will probably cause a lot of noise. It's better to go outside. It's not good to hurt the flowers and plants. Alright, be careful. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Li Qingshan left the herb garden and the island it was on, and flew into the depths of the vast sea. When he flew far enough, he suddenly spread a pair of glorious phoenix wings, and flapped them with all his strength. Strong winds stirred up thousands of feet-high waves on the sea, whistling away. When he started to faintly hear thunder, he stopped. Tribulation clouds rolled and gathered above his head. You want to destroy me? Come. With a reckless smile on his face, he spread his wings and arms towards the sky. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sea, and all the shadows were swallowed by the lightning. Only his pitch-black abyss-like shadow was left, and it became more and more clear in the light. Then it expanded, twisted, and soared. Boom! Like two pillars falling from the sky, a pair of iron hooves stepped into the bottom of the sea, crushing the sand and mud that had been accumulated for thousands of years. The sea surged and became muddy, but it could only reach his knees. A tiger tail swept across the sea. Boom, 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 boom. The huge waves gathered into a huge tsunami, moving far away behind him. The pair of phoenix wings became increasingly brilliant and inconceivable. All the splendor in the world seemed to be burning fiercely. No, it was actually burning, and that flame came from the bottom of his heart. Standing between the sea and the sky, he raised his head and confronted the heavenly tribulation. The horns on his head were like crescent moons, and he looked like an enraged bull. There was only a small piece of red cloth in front of him. The red cloth in his eyes was the surging tribulation clouds and the boundless sky. The confrontation only lasted for a moment. Perhaps even that moment was an illusion. Roar! He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. It sounded like a human yet not a human, like a beast yet not a beast, chaotic yet sacred, heavy yet impassioned. He punched the sky with all his might. In the blood-red sky, the stars fell like rain, and the child revealed an innocent and evil smile. The mother patted his head and revealed a look of approval, and the child became even more proud. However, every star behind him was wailing in pain, and the sky was so red that it looked like it was bleeding. Luo Ho Xiaoming woke up from his nightmare. Blinking his eyes, he realized that he was unable to move his body at all. His entire body had been frozen in the black profound ice, and only his face was exposed. Ao Xian was entrenched around the black profound ice, and his huge dragon head was approaching. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Luo Ho Xiaoming mumbled to himself. "You better not play tricks with me, or I will let you taste the pain of hell. That will only embarrass both of us." Torture in Azura. Luo Ho Xiaoming laughed. "You have probably never been to the depths of hell. When you get there, you will know how fortunate it is to be killed by a sword." Ao Xian bared his teeth and showed off his sharpness. "You have been to the depths of hell." Luo Ho Xiaoming had a rough idea of what had happened. "Of course." Ao Xian shouted angrily. "Brat, I am the one asking you now. Your Azura immortal body is suitable for the torture of hell. You will know what true pain is when the time comes." Luo Ho Xiaoming raised an eyebrow and said, "Is it more painful than being burned by the hellfire?" Aoxian paused. The legendary pain of being burned by the hellfire was something that even those with great power would turn pale at. Then he realized something and said, "Nonsense. If you were burned by the hellfire, how could you still be alive?" Luo Ho Xiaoming sneered and said, "Four-legged snake, haven't you heard that as long as the Azura's fighting heart does not die, they will never die? Stop bluffing. If you are burned by the hellfire, you will die for sure. Even if you are from the Rahu clan, you will not be able to escape death. Are you afraid of the Rahu clan's revenge?" Aoxian sneered. "The Rahu clan has already withered, and the Azura have no control over the human realm. What do I have to be afraid of? Are you afraid of that little bird that flew away? The one that looks like the Kuan-pung?" Aoxian was furious. "Shut up. Even the great sage of chaotic heavens could not escape, let alone a little brat." Suddenly he regained his composure and said, "You want to provoke me? All right, let me see how long you can be so stubborn." The black ice slowly eroded Luo Ho Xiaoming's body. Every second, there were countless tiny and sharp icicles piercing through his flesh. It was even worse than death by 1,000 cuts. "Tell me, who are you? You are afraid of the secret that I carry, afraid that it will bring you a fatal disaster. But that fellow is not afraid. Whether you are a dragon or something else, he will skin you alive and cut you into pieces. He will not hesitate at all, and he will not even bother to ask questions. They are probably not afraid as well, and they will probably like the taste of your flesh." Luo Ho Xiaoming endured the slight pain and kept talking. Suddenly, he understood why Li Qingshan was so talkative. Words were indeed a good weapon, especially under such circumstances. "Who are they?" The giant dragon roared. They are all very interesting fellows. I promise you will meet them." On the vast Gobi Desert, bare red rocks and yellow hills were everywhere. The midday sun was extremely hot, and the air was twisted and fluctuating in the heat. A figure came from afar. Her soft and smooth bare feet stepped over the sharp gravel, but nothing could stop her. Her tattered kasaya with black scriptures on it danced in the hot wind. She walked forward like an ascetic monk. "Little N, I think we should hide first and try our best to increase our power." There was a gust of hot wind, and Gu Yinying blocked her way. After going through the fourth heaven's test, a brand new world was open to them. It was the best time to increase their power. She felt that she was getting stronger every second, and she was getting closer to the Kuan-pung. "I think we should meet up with Qingshan and tell him what happened." Little N walked past her expressionlessly, and his voice was flat. "How do you know where he is? And how is the situation in the nature sect?" "I know he is still alive." "That was enough. Can't you live without him?" "Yes." Little N answered without any hesitation. Gu Yinying looked at her back and said, "You are going to walk like this?" "I don't have wings." Gu Yinying laid out her hands and sighed helplessly. "All right then, first young miss. As you wish. Come onto my back." Little Anne's lips curled up into a smile. She silently turned around and walked over. In the distance there was smoke and the sound of horse hooves. Gu Yinying said, "Someone is coming." Little Anne said, "Wait." Chapter 14:21. The sound of horse hooves approached and dust flew everywhere. A group of horse gangsters whistled and surrounded them. Their faces were full of admiration and desire. Gu Yinying smiled brightly at them. Instantly, a few horse gangsters were distracted and fell from their horses. They cried out in pain and cursed. Maintaining her smile, she asked Little and in a low voice, "Did you change your mind?" At this moment, a young man with a bare chest and full of tattoos rode his horse forward and said condescendingly, "Where did you two ladies come from? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Little and pursed his lips and said to Gu Yinying, "I think what you said makes sense. Besides, the Kuan-ping is too eye-catching. Why don't we compromise?" Gu Yinying smiled playfully. "Compromise? We'll walk." A horse gangster pulled out a machete and shouted, "Hey girl, our boss is talking to you." Gu Yinying rolled her eyes. "It's eating." "More or less." Little and smiled and the horse gangster leader was stunned. The noisy horse gangsters became silent, and looked at her with infatuation. There was only the rustling of the wind. They felt that if they could get a smile from her, they would be willing to die. Gu Yinying pretended to be indignant and said, "Hey, this is too much. I'm not convinced." Littlein swiped his index finger, and the samadhi flame of white bones surged out silently. It dyed the yellow desert into a pale white color. The horse gangsters and their horses burned and melted into the pale white flame. Saddles and clothes fell all over the ground. Only the horse gangster leader was left. He turned pale with fright. "Demon, demon!" He urged the horse under him with all his might. However, the horse seemed to be stunned and did not move at all. Littlein pointed at him, and all the samadhi flame of white bone gathered on his body. His flesh and blood peeled off, leaving only white bones. 2 flames burned in his eye sockets. He grew sharp claws, fangs, and horns and turned into a skeletal demon. During the tribulation, to fight against the tribulation thunder, all of her white bone instruments were severely damaged. Especially her string of skull prayer beads, not a single one was left. It had a huge impact on her combat power. However, this was also good. He could directly condense a higher quality skeleton demon. She clenched her right hand into a fist. The skeleton demon on the back of the horse suddenly shrunk to the size of a fist. It galloped across the Gobi Desert as a scout. She gently stroked the dumbstruck steed and reforged its bones and flesh. 2 faint flames ignited in the depths of her eyes as she obediently knelt down. At this moment, Gu Yinying had already completed the destruction of the corpses. She activated the Hellfire Wind to turn all the remnants of the horse gang into ashes and scattered them in the wind. "Very good. I can cultivate on the horse, as long as it's not too bumpy." After a while, the 2 of them rode on the same horse and galloped across the endless desert. The horse's hooves kicked up dust, and it didn't seem tired at all. It was also extremely stable as it headed towards the Wanxiang sect, which was 100,000 miles away. In the 100 Herb Cave, Wan Yaozhu was distracted. The 9-colored deer said, "If you want to go, then go." Wan Yaozhu's thoughts were guessed, and her face turned slightly red. "Where am I going?" "Poor Li Qingshan. He has no friends or friends, and he's all alone. He doesn't even have a protector when he transcends the tribulation. If he fails, he'll definitely be struck to death by lightning." It repeated hatefully, "Struck to death." Wan Yaozhu's expression tightened. "Don't talk nonsense. With his temperament and cultivation, how could he fail the tribulation?" As she spoke, she also felt a little unconfident. This was because the lightning tribulation was never something that could be measured. Sometimes, the higher the cultivation, the fiercer the lightning tribulation. A powerful protector could not only ensure that the person transcending the tribulation would not be disturbed by external forces, but also give the cultivator an extra chance of survival after failing the tribulation. "Then let's go and take a look?" "I'm not going." "Why?" "Out of sight, out of mind," the 9-colored deer said, very annoyed. "All right, then you look after the house." Wan Yaozhu's young spirit directly left her body. Her entire body was surrounded by green flowers. Her sleeves fluttered, her jade belt fluttered, and her hair was decorated with flowers. She looked like a fairy. She hurried out of the herb garden, surrounded by the vast sea. Where should she go to find Li Qingshan's whereabouts? With a thought in her mind, the young spirit sprinkled green light all over the island. Under the glow, the plants on the island were flourishing, spitting out specks of green light like fireflies and gathering towards her, telling her everything that had happened on the island. Thus, she determined the direction in which Li Qingshan had left, turned into a green light, and flew away as fast as lightning. In an instant, she heard the faint sound of thunder. Instead, she was a little hesitant. "He didn't ask me to protect him. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to rush over rashly like this. I might even distract him." There was also a trace of shyness, feeling that she was a little too concerned about him. Although it was out of kindness, it would not be good if others misunderstood her. Although there was no one else here. Why don't I quietly go over and secretly protect him? If he succeeds in transcending the tribulation, then I will quietly retreat. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Thus, she made up her mind and immediately began to fade away, hiding between heaven and earth. Her breath also completely integrated into nature, without a trace. Cultivating the heavenly book of nature, she was extremely good at concealing herself. Moreover, she was in the state of yang spirit. Even yang spirit cultivators of the same cultivation level would find it difficult to find her traces. And it didn't even affect her flight. She only lowered her flying altitude, and soon she was close to the place where the tribulation was. Hey, how can the fourth heavenly tribulation be so fierce? The scene in front of her very surprised her. The sea was turbulent, and the waves were monstrous. This area of the sea was not deep, but it was stirred up to the heavens and the earth. And in the tribulation clouds above her head, violent thunderbolts came one after another, far exceeding her imagination of the fourth heavenly tribulation. When she got closer, she was even more shocked, because she clearly saw the lightning sword flying in the tribulation clouds. This is the tribulation thunder condensed into a weapon. How can tribulation thunder condense into a weapon in the fourth heavenly tribulation? Wan Yaozhu said in surprise. She hadn't seen tribulation thunder condense into a weapon, even when she was crossing the fifth heavenly tribulation. Eldest senior sister had once encountered a big hammer condensed from tribulation thunder, and she was almost hammered to death. And this was only the fourth heavenly tribulation. If the fourth heavenly tribulation for ordinary people was just a routine test, then the fourth heavenly tribulation in front of her was simply like the heaven had been angered, and it wanted to kill him. And when she crossed the fourth heavenly tribulation, it was simply warm and affectionate, as if the heaven had intentionally let her go. This was also a great benefit of cultivating the heavenly book of nature, making it easier to cross the tribulation. He'll be fine, right? She couldn't help but worry, and even a little fear, so she sped up and quickly approached the center of the tribulation clouds. After crossing a mountain of waves, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Boom! The lightning illuminated the sea and the sky, highlighting a majestic figure standing on the world sea, roaring and fighting with the heaven. That could it be some kind of magic? She felt a little uneasy, so she got a little closer, until she couldn't get any closer, or else she would attract the tribulation thunder. She already had to look up at the majestic figure with an expression of disbelief, but everything in front of her was telling her a simple fact. Qingshan, so you are a monster. To be continued. P.S. Thank you for your concern. I feel much better today, and I found that being sick wasn't entirely a bad thing. My sleep was really too healthy. Chapter 1422. Li Qingshan was currently focused on fending off the heavenly tribulation, so he was completely unaware of all of this. His scarlet eyes stared at the lightning sword that moved through the dark clouds. He was not knowledgeable enough to recognize what it was, but he instinctively felt a great threat from it. Thunder and lightning interweaved between the sea and the sky, and even the smallest aftershock was as thick as a water bucket. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded together, and the blazing light shone through the waves and the bottom of the sea, presenting an incomparably magnificent scene. At the center of the lightning was Li Qingshan. Rumble! The deafening roar shattered the sea, but in an instant, it gave people an illusion of tranquility. The misty white mist was dazzling, and it surrounded Li Qingshan's figure as he fought against the heavenly tribulation, blurring the boundary between gods and demons. In a trance, Wan Yaozhu seemed to see him sitting on a throne high in the clouds, controlling the lightning, and his divine might was like a prison. Who exactly are you? Or rather, what exactly are you? Li Qingshan's demonic body seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. He staggered and half knelt in the sea, lowering his proud head. But the lightning sword flew over in an instant, slashing at his head. Roar! Li Qingshan raised his head and roared, ferocious and violent. Waves rose, strong winds surged, and the tiger's roar shook the heaven and earth. The tiger's roar stopped the lightning sword's momentum, and the lightning became more and more intense, vowing not to stop until Li Qingshan's head was cut off. And in the sky full of tribulation clouds, new lightning gathered, and even thousands of flickering lightning balls fell. Wan Yaozhu's heart instantly jumped, and for a moment, She couldn't care less about Li Qingshan's identity and race. She was ready to act at any time. She came to help protect him. And everything had to wait until the heavenly tribulation was over. Otherwise, if he died here, what meaning would there be? But in such a dangerous situation, she really doubted whether she could save him. Absorb. Li Qingshan stretched his ape arms. His left hand formed a cage, and he used the ape demon's innate magical ability to freeze the lightning sword in the void. He punched again, and the void cracked, and the lightning sword flew back. Receiving the recoil, he fell backward. Twisting his body, he threw himself into the sea and transformed into a giant turtle. The tribulation lightning continuously bombarded the tortoise shell, but it was as if light was reflected on a mirror, bouncing back and shining brightly. Guan Yaozhu was also stunned by his endless divine abilities. Were ordinary demons so powerful? No wonder he wasn't afraid of Shen Yushu at all. If it was a fair fight, how could Shen Yushu be his opponent? However, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything for the time being. Inside the turtle shell, Li Qingshan chuckled. Sometimes it felt good to be a coward. However, between the sea and the sky, a bolt of lightning crisscrossed, leaving behind a complex and profound afterimage. The thunder sword absorbed almost all the reflected thunderbolts and became larger and more blazing, its shape becoming clearer and sharper. Li Qingshan thought, sure enough, a mighty heavenly tribulation that tests all cultivators can't be countered so easily. However, he was still very relaxed. If the greatest threat of the tribulation this time was the lightning sword, then the lightning sword would not be able to stop it. That wasn't enough to kill him. At this moment, the nascent soul in his body moved slightly. It revealed an evil smile. It was both Li Qingshan's appearance and Li Qingshan's smile, but it seemed to condense all the malice in his heart. There was a problem with the operation of the miniature world, and layers of demonic thoughts rolled in. Li Qingshan's mind was distracted. Lightning flashed, and the thunder sword cut off his head, which rolled into the sea. In midair he cursed, "Fuck!" Boom! The head smashed into the sea, creating a huge wave, and sank to the bottom. Li Qingshan's body could still move. He hurriedly reached out with both hands. Lightning flashed, crisscrossing, and his hands broke in midair, falling into the sea with a loud bang. His majestic body was torn apart like a landslide, falling into the sea piece by piece. Qingshan. Guan Yaozhu suddenly opened her eyes wide. He was clearly majestic just a moment ago, but in the next moment, he was dismembered. Such a shocking change was hard to accept. Did he die just like that? However, the tribulation thunder did not stop. Lightning flashed, and she saw another Li Qingshan standing in the void. His body was translucent, and his long hair was loose. His black robe fluttered, and his eyes flashed with an evil red light. He smiled hideously, revealing his mouth full of sharp teeth. The tribulation thunder also targeted him. His figure was erratic and indistinct, almost instinctively using some kind of extremely brilliant escape technique, shuttling through the lightning. Even the thunder sword could not easily lock onto him. What is that? Guan Yaozhu was very uncertain. She had never heard of such a strange and evil nascent soul. It was like the legendary heavenly devil. However, heavenly devils would only appear when a cultivator became an immortal or a god. At that time, the inner demons would be external, and the 5 would burn, opening the mysterious latch of heaven and earth. Heavenly devils would descend, and they would use endless magic to prevent people from achieving Tao. It was an existence even more dangerous than the tribulation thunder. Could it be the 5 devils? In order to survive the 6 heavenly tribulations, she had studied this in depth. When the yang spirit transformed into the primordial spirit, there would be the inner demons, and the mind would be agitated, giving birth to the 5 devils. However, they were still the same type of inner demons. Based on the cultivator's body, they did not have a physical body, so they would not have such a manifestation. Moreover, whether it was the 5 devils or the heavenly devils, they were not the treatment that cultivators who had not become immortals should have. Otherwise, not many people could become immortals. Legend had it that all heavenly devils were the incarnations of the great Freedom Sky Devil Lord. If they were to deal with a small nascent soul cultivator, there would be no way to deal with them, and they would definitely die. Great freedom sky. Book of freedom. Could that be his nascent soul? The demon infant stared at the turbulent sea and smiled hideously. Don't play dead. I know you are still alive. Get up. He is still alive. Ruan Yaozhu was happy, but she was also full of doubts. She stared at the demon infant in the sky. Could that be his true appearance? A phoenix cry pierced through the sky, and the sea was dyed in a magnificent color as if it was burning. The phoenix spread its wings, broke through the sea, and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan looked at the demon infant in surprise. He felt like he was talking to himself just now, but he could not control it. It was as if he was talking in his sleep. This feeling was too strange. He never knew that cultivating the Book of Freedom would produce such a strange thing. An evil, crazy mirror clone that had its own consciousness? You are the fucking thing. The demon infant cursed and flew over. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed, but the nascent soul fused into his palm. Immediately after, the lightning sword came slashing over, and the small world's circulation suddenly became sluggish. This time Li Qingshan was prepared. He flapped his wings and turned, brushing past the lightning. There was still a terrible sword wound in front of him, from his right shoulder to his left waist. It gave off a burnt smell, and even the phoenix's powerful life force could not heal it. The demon infant laughed loudly. How pathetic. You want to ascend to the 9 heavens with just this bit of ability? You might as well die here. This laughter and tone were exactly the same as Li Qingshan's. In fact, it was even more like Li Qingshan's than Li Qingshan's. Nascent soul self-destruct. He could not care less about getting injured. He made up his mind, and chose to self-destruct his nascent soul. Chapter 1423. Boom! Against the backdrop of the low clouds and interweaving lightning, Li Qingshan and the demonic infant faced off against each other in the air. It was as if they were looking at a distorted mirror. Because it was the body of a fiend god, the demonic infant seemed more like Li Qingshan. Its words seemed more like it was talking to itself. Before it could refute, lightning flashed behind it, and the lightning sword pierced through the clouds from the sea. Amidst the violent boom, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and dodged in a sorry state. Feathers fell from the sky, and another terrible wound appeared on his body. Boom! 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 The blazing thunder sword kept piercing back and forth, leaving behind crisscrossing arcs of lightning that cut the void into pieces. Li Qingshan was locked down and couldn't resist at all. The circulation of the small world was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The demonic qi was chaotic and uncontrollable, falling into chaos under the influence of the demonic infant. He felt as if his body had been extended, and a wandering limb had grown out. The sensation of this limb was transmitted even faster, so fast that his consciousness couldn't react. A slight change in one part would affect the entire body, and he couldn't control it at all. It was like a voodoo doll that was tailor-made for him, and could move freely. It was constantly cursing him. In an instant, sword wounds crisscrossed on his body and white bones could be seen. His right arm was severed at the elbow, and his spine was exposed in the wound at his waist. He knelt in the sea with the surging seawater up to his chest. What was worse was that the wings behind him were completely torn apart by the lightning, making it difficult for him to dodge the following attacks. The situation took a turn for the worse as the will of death closed in. The demonic infant sneered coldly. Look at your pathetic appearance, saying that a mere 4 heavenly tribulations can destroy you above the 9 heavens. Why aren't you kneeling down and accepting your fate? Shut up. Li Qingshan roared angrily. Ha, you can't even protect yourself now, so how can you control me? The lightning sword gathered lightning, and attacked Li Qingshan continuously. The demonic infant didn't even need to dodge the lightning now. She simply placed her hands on her waist and raised her nose to the sky, looking extremely arrogant. Ruan Yaozhu couldn't understand. Even the 5 Yin demons could only use the 5 great worries of emotion, perception, thought, action and knowledge to disturb the minds of cultivators. It didn't have any substance, nor did it have any consciousness. It was even more impossible for it to quarrel with a cultivator like this. Furthermore, to a certain extent, This demonic infant was a demonic infant. He was just like Li Qingshan. Boom! Another strike landed on Li Qingshan's back. If he had not used the spirit turtle's ability in time, he would have almost been cleaved in half. The tremendous force still slammed him into the ocean viciously. How could such a thing happen? It must be that bastard spirit sovereign Guihai who schemed against me. There's something wrong with the unfettered heavenly book he gave me. All right. Through the deep, rippling seawater, the demonic infant's cheers could be heard clearly. Li Qingshan, you don't want me to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. He's just a mere mortal. He was lucky enough to obtain a lousy cultivation technique. Do you really think that you can defeat demon god Qiongqi and ascend to the 9 heavens? Yuan Yaozhu frowned slightly. It wasn't strange for cultivators of the Tao of the mortal realm to aim above the 9 heavens. But what was up with demon god Qiongqi? Why would a mere nascent soul cultivator be involved with such a monster? TSK, abandoning your wife and slaughtering the innocent. You even dared to talk about the 9 heavens time and time again. Even I feel ashamed for you. Fortunately, you can't reach there. Even if you really reach the 9 heavens, you'll still be a disgrace. You might as well just die here and save yourself a lot of trouble. The demonic infant's mocking laughter reverberated amidst the rolling thunder. It was completely unaffected by the thunder. Li Qingshan was extremely furious. He finally experienced the feelings of his opponents whom he mocked. He wanted nothing more than to tear that thing into pieces. However, the angrier he got, the more vicious the demonic infant's words became. The rolling evil words were like thousands of arrows piercing his heart. It was even more unbearable than tribulation lightning. He decided to seal his eyes and ears, wanting to see and hear nothing. However, the evil words became clearer and clearer. It was as if it came from the bottom of his heart. A thought flashed through his mind. He immediately understood that he was wrong. That thing was neither evil nor sentient, because it was his own voice. He struggled to get up, but the lightning sword hung high in the sky. Lightning flickered and instantly pierced through the sea and sky, pinning him to the bottom of the sea. The seawater exploded, and huge waves rose to the sky. The demonic infant stretched out 2 fingers. It was a gesture that symbolized victory from Li Qingshan's previous life. It smiled and said, "The second time, and the last time." When Li Qingshan underwent nirvanic rebirth again, he slowly crawled out of the sea. I was wondering what it was. So it's just some distracting thoughts. Is the greatest enemy me? How old-fashioned. You finally realized it, idiot. But it's too late. The demonic infant pointed to the sky. Just now, the lightning sword had lost its target and was hanging above his head. It slowly rotated, gathering lightning and restoring its radiance. Not far away, above Li Qingshan's head, rolling tribulation clouds gathered. Lightning interweaved within them, faintly forming the shape of a blade. The second tribulation lightning weapon. Yuan Yaozhu was dumbfounded. Was this really the 4th heavenly tribulation? Li Qingshan had committed a crime against the heavens. He had inner demons haunting him, and tribulation lightning weapon on the outside. Even a Yin divinity cultivator would not be able to escape death. You're the idiot. If I didn't realize it, how would you have? Forget it, it's too stupid to quarrel with yourself. Li Qingshan shook his head. On this path of the 9 heavens, his number 1 opponent was himself. Fear, doubt, guilt, helplessness, anger. Day and night, they burned incessantly like fire. It was just that these distracting thoughts were usually suppressed by his incomparably strong willpower. But at this critical juncture of transcending the 4th heavenly tribulation, not only was he advancing from demon king to demon emperor, his nascent soul was also transforming into a divinity. The nascent soul cultivated by the unfettered heavenly book was different from others. The Yin divinity formed was closer to a Yin demon. It was more adept at bewitching people and hiding invisibly. It possessed all kinds of strange and unfathomable methods. It could easily crush cultivators of the same realm like Shenyushu, who were not adept at fighting and had weak willpower. However, the price was that it was very easy to go berserk. Just like at this moment. And this was not a coincidence. It was inevitable. If cultivating the unfettered heavenly book of nature was compatible with the way of nature. It could reduce the difficulty of transcending the tribulation. But the effect of the unfettered heavenly book was the complete opposite. It allowed cultivators to experience what it meant to be overflowing with 5 and the attack of inner demons during the process of transcending the tribulation. The demonic infant said, "You're finished." "You're finished too." Li Qingshan looked up at the lightning blade that was gradually taking shape and muttered to himself, "If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have noticed it. Do you want to destroy yourself?" The demonic infant was the embryonic form of a demon. Everything he said was his thoughts, just like the uncontrollable negative emotions in a mortal's heart. When the layers of distracting thoughts materialized, all kinds of emotions would have nowhere to hide. Among them, the deepest intent and the most terrifying emotion was the urge to destroy oneself. Therefore, the demonic infant wanted to make an enemy out of him and kill him. Only by completely denying his own existence and turning everything into nothingness could he completely let go of his burdens and not have to walk on with such difficulty. How laughable! Was the so-called path of the 9 heavens just to seek death? The demonic infant said numbly, "This is your fate, and also my fate." With a boom, the lightning blade took shape and the lightning sword whistled. The killing intent of heaven and earth condensed into this blade and sword. Who could withstand it? Chapter 14:24. The 2 tribulation thunders gathered a sky full of lightning. A moment of silence appeared between the sea and the sky, leaving only the sound of strong winds and surging waves. Yuan Yaozhu looked up silently, feeling a sense of helplessness. No one could survive in such a situation. Even if it was him, the result of being attacked by the tribulation thunders was certain to be annihilated, and his soul scattered. No one could save him. She could not help but feel lost. Did I come all the way here just to see how he dies? Li Qingshan seemed to be unaware of the desperate situation he was in. He looked at the demon infant in the sky and laughed at his weak self. His expression was extremely similar to the demon infant's just now appearance. When he smiled, the demon infant's expression gradually became numb, and it repeated numbly, "I'm dead. I'm dead." It was as if a broken voodoo doll could not forget the inscribed curse. "Yes, I'm dead," Li Qingshan muttered to himself. "If I'm not dead, why would I take this path?" Summer insects cannot talk about ice, and a young year cannot be understood. A mortal's lifespan was 100 years, and it was rare for a cultivator to live for 1,000 years. As for more than 10,000 years, it was an extravagant hope even for a cultivator. But in this boundless world, what did 1,000 years count for? Who didn't find it hard to escape death? This was the deepest fear of all living beings, the most ancient curse. Li Qingshan had died once, so he understood this fear more than anyone else. After all, he had lived a mediocre life, full of boredom and boredom. It was only at the moment of death that he suddenly realized, "So I can't live forever." He did not hate the impermanence, and did not regret the shortness of time. He was afraid that he had never lived according to his own will. It was this fear that spurred him on in this life, and it gave him this invincible courage. Since it was difficult to live an ignoble life, why not live happily? Since he was fated to die, he must die a worthy death. He placed his right fist on his chest, and his heart pounded. "Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish. But not today, not here." Rumble. The combination of sword and saber descended from the sky. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved in the middle, connecting them into one. In the beginning, they descended very slowly, appearing extremely dignified. They firmly locked onto Li Qingshan's body, will, heart and soul. There was no longer any possibility of dodging. It was like an irresistible fate. No, this was an irresistible fate. Amidst the flashing lightning, the demonic infant roared, "Die! Die!" Li Qingshan frowned. He felt like it was not just the miniature world in his body. Even his body became somewhat uncontrollable. He clenched his fists and arched his back. The muscles all over his body bulged, and his growl seemed to come from the depths of the earth. Activating the pocket dimension with all his strength, earth, fire, wind, water, space, ox, tiger, turtle, phoenix, and ape, the pocket dimension began to revolve faster and faster. The speed at which the thunder sword fell also increased. Guan Yaozhu could not help but widen her eyes. Ox demon sinks in the mud. The illusion of the ox demon suddenly appeared behind him, as though it was fighting an invisible enemy. He suddenly took a step forward, like a puppet that had broken free from a thread, and was rooted to the ground. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas, omens of good and bad. He took another step, and the surging ocean suddenly became as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the flickering thunder sword and saber in the tribulation clouds, as well as his unmoving figure and scarlet eyes. Tiger demon refines Bone's frenzy. He swung his fist as hard as he could, and the thread that connected his arm to it snapped loudly. He roared at the sky, his voice piercing through the clouds. His killing intent was like the wind. Phoenix's rebirth, undying heart. He suddenly unfurled his wings, and they were beautifully reflected in the ocean. He flapped his wings, ready to take flight. At the same time, the circulation of the miniature world reached the limit, close to collapse. However, it continued to accelerate, preferring destruction over being restrained. The demonic infant's voice became sharper and more urgent. Die, die, die. Li Qingshan raised his head and smiled resplendently. The miniature world exploded loudly, and the demonic infant's voice came to a halt. It broke free of the final shackles, and dazzling light burst out of its body, competing with the thunder sword and saber in the sky. He leapt up with all his might, flapping his wings and taking flight. The thunder sword and saber spun rapidly, dragging long arcs of electricity behind them as they hurtled down like a blazing meteor. Ape demon grabbing the moon emptiness. The illusion of the ape demon appeared, and Li Qingshan's arms expanded rapidly. He grabbed the thunder sword and saber, wanting to seize fate. The moment he collided with fate, an incomparably brilliant light surged, shining on the tranquil ocean. The brilliant colors dazzled even Guan Yaozhu. A deafening roar shook her young spirit, and it was as if she was no longer in the mortal world. In an instant, Li Qingshan was fiercely pressed down, falling into the boundless ocean. The light around his body dimmed, and his eyes were melted by the lightning, leaving only a pair of empty holes. The phoenix's wings cracked inch by inch, and feathers scattered all over the sky. Meanwhile, his internal organs, flesh, and bones were being melted by the light he burned. However, he didn't feel any pain or fear, only the ecstasy of living. It turned into a hysterical roar, as he stubbornly resisted fate. Even if his throat and tongue were melted by the light, it couldn't be reduced in the slightest. At this moment, his nascent soul returned to his body, entering the chaotic world that was like an explosive furnace. He laughed arrogantly, resisting the sword and saber, shouldering fate, and soaring into the sky. The sword and saber went straight to his palm, instantly piercing through his arms, and disintegrating inch by inch. He clearly felt that as long as the two swords and sabers converged in his body, it would be the most complete destruction. Even the phoenix's nirvana would not be able to save him. Under the threat of death and fear, his will to survive was clearer and firmer than ever. Qilin steps pity the common world. The dark green light spread along his arms and wrapped around the fierce thunder sword and saber. Although it was only for a short moment, he suddenly collided his arms. The thunder sword and saber collided violently, and at the same time, all the power contained in his body erupted. Boom! The light shone through the sea and the sky, sweeping away the tribulation clouds. The seawater was peeled away layer by layer, revealing the dry and cracked seabed. The footprints he left behind could be clearly seen, but his figure melted in the endless light. Guan Yaozhu's figure appeared, and she subconsciously raised her hand to block her eyes. She almost forgot that she was in the state of her young spirit being out of her body. Under the light, she had no choice but to fly back. This power was enough to destroy her young spirit. After an unknown period of time, she came to her senses and put down her arm. The light had disappeared, and the thick darkness filled the air. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and the sky was full of stars. The wind and waves were calm, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that he has? The young spirit instantly flew to the place where Li Qingshan was going through the tribulation. The world was empty, and the figure fighting against fate was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but call out softly, "Qingshan." It was as if she was afraid of disturbing someone. There was no answer. She felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart, so sad that she almost cried. "Who's calling me?" "Great, you're still alive." Wan Yaozhu was pleasantly surprised. She saw Li Qingshan floating up from the sea. "Senior Sister Wan, why are you here?" Li Qingshan was lying on the surface of the sea, unable to even move a finger. Wan Yaozhu appeared in his field of vision from the top of his head, and her face was very unfriendly. "You owe me an explanation." Chapter 1425. With a splash, Li Qingshan was pulled out of the sea. Wan Yaozhu grabbed Li Qingshan's clothes tightly. "Li Qingshan, you." Li Qingshan was surprised. He didn't expect her to have such a side. It was probably because she was in the state of young spirit. She was not bound by the physical body, so her emotions were difficult to control. His nascent soul had suddenly turned into a demon because of this. But thinking about it this way, he felt that Spirit Master Gui Hai was deceiving him. If he hadn't cultivated the 9 transformations of demons and gods, it would have been 100 times more dangerous. The nascent soul was not as simple as turning into a demon infant to be his enemy. He had directly turned into a demon and lost control of everything. For ordinary nascent soul cultivators, the nascent soul was the condensation of strength and will. Losing the nascent soul meant losing everything. This book of freedom, which no one had cultivated before, was too dangerous. It was not easy for him to be a guinea pig. It was hard to say how much malice Spirit Master Gui Hai had. But fortunately, he was not an ordinary guinea pig. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he felt his body tense up. The dark green ribbon behind Wan Yaozhu tightly wrapped around his body like a spirit snake. Li Qingshan looked innocent. "What did I do? Why did you sneak into the Wanxiang sect? What did I do wrong to you? Why did you lie to me?" Wan Yaozhu's voice trembled slightly. It was unknown whether she was angry or sad, or maybe both. "No one believes you. Jior also advised me to stay away from you. Because of you, eldest senior sister and I lost our temper. You actually. Calm down, calm down." Li Qingshan had no strength to resist now. But facing an angry young spirit cultivator, he did not feel afraid at all. Instead, he was inexplicably touched. "I'm going to kill you." Wan Yaozhu's eyes shone with green light. Her hair moved without any wind. Her voice revealed an inhuman power, echoing between the sea and the sky. It made Li Qingshan feel like he was facing a heavenly tribulation. Even if she was not good at fighting, she was still a young spirit cultivator. Besides, was cultivating the book of nature really not good at fighting? Then kill me. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. He felt that the aura was getting stronger and stronger, almost swallowing him up. That was not the murderous aura of a living creature. Instead, it was the indifference and heartlessness of heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as straw dogs. However, he could clearly feel anger from it, an anger that should not be there. As expected, a moment later, his body relaxed, and the ribbon loosened. The light on her body gradually disappeared, and she turned around with her back facing him. "Go." Li Qingshan admired her slender and graceful figure from behind. He smiled and said, "Then I'll return to the Wanxiang sect first." "Monsters can't stay in the Wanxiang sect. Don't think that I will hide it for you." Wan Yaozhu arrogantly raised her head. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. "Not even mounts." Scram! Li Qingshan did not dare to joke anymore. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Not long ago, he was kicked by a rabbit. However, after some consideration, he had come up with a perfect excuse. "Senior Sister Wan, don't be angry. I'm not a monster, and I've never lied to you. You still dare to say that? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Wan Yaozhu clenched her teeth. "I heard that the Wanxiang sect has a true dragon scripture. Cultivators can activate the bloodline of a true dragon and turn into a true dragon. Are they also monsters? That's not the same. Don't tell me that look of yours was also cultivated?" "Of course. Have you ever seen such a strange monster?" Wan Yaozhu pondered. That appearance and aura, no matter how she looked at it, was that of a great monster. However, thinking about it carefully, the bloodline was too chaotic. Li Qingshan walked in front of her and looked straight into her eyes. His eyes were full of sincerity. If I say that I'm a normal human, do you believe me? This was indeed not a lie. Wan Yaozhu sighed. All right, I believe you. I was wrong about this. There were many cultivators in the Wanxiang sect who brought their skills with them. The 10,000 divine scripture was also all-encompassing and strange. It really could not be judged as a cultivation method. But she added, but you lied to me. I will not forgive you. You have to leave the 100-herb garden. Li Qingshan said with a smile. Without me, are you going to invite Xun Yushu back? I'm afraid he doesn't have the time now. Wan Yaozhu clenched her fists. You want to threaten me? I have hands and feet. I don't need other people's help. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. She was like a little girl throwing a tantrum. He spread his hands. But I did not lie to you. This cultivation method is my greatest secret. It was imparted to me by someone very important to me. I didn't even give it to Spirit Sovereign Guihai who wanted it. Spirit Sovereign Guihai also knows? Wan Yaozhu was skeptical. The old man doesn't know anything. If he didn't know, why would he summon me to heaven the moment I entered the sect and chase me out? Why would he give me such a heavenly scripture? He simply wants me dead. Li Qingshan shook his head with deep resentment. He should have easily transcended the 4 heavenly tribulations, but he nearly lost his life. Wan Yaozhu said curiously, nonsense. Since Spirit Sovereign Guihai wants to chase you out, how can you stay? Of course it's because I'm extraordinarily charming. Don't look at me like that. Under the starry sky, Li Qingshan spoke slowly, and Wan Yaozhu listened quietly. What he went through was far too bizarre. If he managed to convince the Spirit Sovereign of the Seas, then so be it. But the Spirit Sovereign of the Seas had even schemed against him. Actually, it can't be considered a ploy. This is indeed a cultivation method that suits me the best. I can stay because I promised him that I have no ill intentions towards the myriad phenomenon sect. You know that he can tell if I'm sincere or lying. Can you? Li Qingshan suddenly asked with a burning gaze. Me? Although there are many things I can't tell you, I can assure you that I have no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, I wish you well and want to help you. If you are in danger, I will protect you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Li Qingshan pressed his hand on his chest. His expression was extremely sincere, and there was no falsehood in his words. He was indebted to a woman who sincerely cared for him, and was extremely kind. She was indeed worthy of him protecting her with his life. Wan Yaozhu's eyes flickered and she was slightly moved. If someone else had said this, they would probably find it laughable when they heard it. You're only a Yin spirit after transcending the heavenly tribulation, yet you want to protect a Yang spirit cultivator? You're overestimating yourself. However, she could not help but recall his conversation with demonic infant. His heroic stance in resisting the lightning saber and sword was unquestionable. Li Qingshan grinned and clenched his fists in front of his chest. His eyes flickered as he leaned forward. So please let me stay in the herb garden. If not, I can transform into anything. Do you like a phoenix or a spirit turtle, an old bull or a tiger? A monkey doesn't seem to be suitable. Wan Yaozhu took a step back and blushed. Don't talk nonsense. Li Qingshan took a step forward. I'm serious. With a flash of green light, Wan Yaozhu fled as if she was escaping. She left behind a sentence. If you want to stay, then stay. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, pulling at his flesh. Every inch of his body was there. Arg, it hurts. With a plop he fell into the sea. To be continued. Chapter 1426. The seawater gently drifted. Li Qingshan quietly lay on the surface of the sea, facing the sky. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and the stars in the sky seemed to be within reach. Enduring the pain, he tried his best to stretch out his arms towards the sky, as if he wanted to grab a star. In the 100-herb cave, Wan Yaozhu's young spirit returned. The expression on her gentle and fair face changed slightly, like the surface of a lake that was wrinkled by the spring breeze. She seemed to be deep in thought. Even though she was persuaded in person, The change was still there, like a knot being tied. The 9-colored deer lazily lay in the basket. Is he dead? Wan Yaozhu wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She shook her head. I knew it. Jiu tell me, what kind of person is he? Wan Yaozhu wanted to say something but stopped. Did something happen? The 9-colored deer woke up and straightened her body. The colorful patterns on her breast swayed with the basket. Wan Yaozhu shook her head again and said tiredly, nothing. Soon Li Qingshan returned from the sea. His whole body was still in great pain. But a new journey had begun, so he couldn't wait to get on the road. Under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, he patted the trunk of the tree in a strange yet intimate way, then turned around and looked back. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow was like fire, reflecting his eyes and long hair red. It was like the incarnation of the demon king of the North Moon. No, the demon emperor of the North Moon. He smiled slightly, and the whole 100-herb garden showed a side he had never seen before in his eyes. In the space of thousands of miles, the earth, fire, wind, water, and water flowed. The 4 colors lurked in the deeper layers of this landscape painting, constantly changing and blending together. In the early spring, the growth of tens of thousands of plants was full of vitality. Overall, it was not as bright as the other 4 colors, but it had an unusual beauty that could show through the painting. He was also drawn into the painting. The newborn Qilin opened its eyes, and its gentle eyes stared at everything. The small world, the 100-herb garden, and even the whole world. Finally, it took care of itself. Spring was the busiest time in the 100-herb garden. Li Qingshan clenched his fists. It's time to work. He completely forgot about the pain. With his hands clasped behind his back, he began to wander around the golden leaf Bodhi tree. With every step he took, he left behind an afterimage that was exactly the same as himself. Even the texture of his skin was exactly the same. It was as if a picture had suddenly been frozen, leaving behind a shadow that would immediately materialize. He began to move. His expression was no different from that of Li Qingshan. He scratched his head impatiently, as if he didn't want to work. But he still picked up a farming tool and strode down the high hill. Li Qingshan circled around the base of the tree 10 times, before 100 doppelgangers walked down the mountain. Suddenly he stopped and said, enough. He cupped his hands towards the direction of the 100 Herbs cave and said, Shiji, I'm going to fulfill my promise. This was supposed to be a request, but when it came out of his mouth, there was a sense of unquestionable meaning. Although he didn't mean to be high and mighty, nor did he have the qualifications to be high and mighty, the red sun rose, shaking his shadow. A moment later, Wan Yaozhu's voice resounded throughout the 100-herb garden. From today onwards, Li Qingshan will be in charge of the daily affairs of the 100-herb garden. The busy cultivators in the 100-herb garden looked at each other in surprise. They stopped what they were doing in disgust. He wants to replace Senior Marshal Brother Shen? Senior Marshal Brother Shen's work is so important and complicated. How can he entrust it to a nascent soul cultivator? Senior Marshal Sister Wan is too. Alas, Senior Marshal Brother Shen lost. His body was destroyed by him. You guys should be more peaceful. I heard that this kid has an extraordinary background and has people above him. He's valued by a few direct disciples. As they were talking, Li Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared in the field. He leisurely whistled and carried a hoe on his shoulder. He walked over unhurriedly. When he got close, he shouted, All of you work properly. Everyone looked at each other. No one responded. They were all a bit indignant. Even when Xin Yushu was here, he wouldn't have yelled at them like this. You're just a disciple. Do you think you can order us around just because you have Senior Marshal Sister Ruan's support? If we all go on strike, let's see how you're going to explain to Senior Marshal Sister Ruan. At this time, a female cultivator glanced around and saw a familiar figure walking over. She couldn't help but be shocked. You guys look over there? Another Li Qingshan walked over. If it wasn't for the different tools he carried on his shoulder, it would be almost impossible to tell them apart. He shouted at them again. All of you work properly. He also added, Don't gather here and talk nonsense. Otherwise be careful that I... He fiercely waved his fist at them. In a short while more than 10 Li Qingshan passed by. Some of them had a more amiable attitude. Some of them looked at them as if they were nothing. But basically, they all had to teach them a few words. That's a clone? Deliberately mystifying things. Using this kind of insignificant skill to scare us. An old cultivator impatiently stroked his grizzled beard. He waved his sleeves behind him and soared into the sky like a red-crowned crane. Looking down from the sky, thousands of miles of rivers and rivers were laid out. His expression stiffened. He saw figures of Li Qingshan all over the mountains and plains. Each of them was engaged in different tasks. Their movements were agile and powerful. It was completely impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Some of them could even cast some small spells to fertilize and water the plants. Moreover, there were even more Li Qingshan walking out from under the golden-leaf Bodhi tree. He gulped and slowly descended, under the surrounding cultivators' gazes. Stop talking and work properly. Under the golden-leaf Bodhi tree, Li Qingshan breathed in and out rich spiritual energy, and slowly recovered his strength. The pain in his body and soul wasn't only because of his injuries. More importantly, it was because he had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations and reached a new level. Everything that he thought was perfect had been overturned and started anew. Moreover, there was already an even more beautiful blueprint. It was as if he had experienced an even more profound nirvana. There was no need to talk about the 9 transformations of demons and gods. It was the same for the Unfettered Sutra. Although Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai was suspected of cheating his father, and had nearly cheated him to death, the Unfettered Sutra was indeed very suitable for him. Not only was it compatible with his temperament and cultivation, but it was also a gamble. He had gambled with his life. Now that he had won the gamble, his harvest was abnormally rich. The Een God condensed by the Unfettered Sutra, or more accurately, the Een Demon, had endless uses. He didn't have the time to enjoy all the fruits. However, if he were to fight Shin Yushu again, he wouldn't even need to move a finger. Just the Een Demon alone would be enough to toy with him to death. The demonic infant state could hide in the void and dodge the tribulation lightning. Even if the tribulation lightning's main target wasn't it, what kind of escape technique was that? As for creating avatars, it had completely broken through his understanding of avatars. It had become extremely simple. Now, every thought of his could transform into an avatar. They were independent but closely related to each other. They were under his control, but they could also act as they pleased. His thoughts were limitless, and so were his doppelgangers. They were only limited by his divine sense and power. With the support of the brand new small world, he could completely create many doppelgangers. Taking care of the 100 herb garden was not difficult at all. However, what was a little awkward was that many of the avatars would lie down and rest when they reached the fields. They would cross their legs and admire the blue sky and white clouds. There was no other way. Everything had its pros and cons. These thought avatars were a little similar to the raging demonic infant. He didn't need to painstakingly control every action of each avatar to break the limit of numbers. If he transformed an avatar in thought, the sky is so blue and the grass is so green. Why don't I lie down and rest? Then the thought avatar's work wouldn't be very enthusiastic. As a result, all Li Qingshan could do was destroy all of these thoughts that enjoyed ease and hated work. He sped up his way around the tree, constantly muttering "work hard," and conjuring even more thought clones that were more motivated. In the 100 herb cave, Ruan Yaozhu and the 9-colored deer watched this scene. The 9-colored deer said in surprise, "This unfettered heavenly book is really too powerful. He can fight, escape, and work. This kid's luck is really good." Ruan Yaozhu said, "If you knew the situation when he transcended the tribulation, you wouldn't think it was luck." "Alright, what happened? I asked you, but you didn't tell me. Are you still a good sister?" The nascent soul fell into a demonic state and wanted to destroy itself. Even without the tribulation lightning, the demonic infant was enough to kill most cultivators. How did he survive? The 9-colored deer felt even more curious. There seemed to be some subtle changes after Ruan Yaozhu went out. Ruan Yaozhu said vaguely, "In short, he had a clear mind and survived." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.